Hello there, good afternoon, welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It's Wednesday, 22nd of March 2023, and we've returned to the factory today, our modded Factorio run. Pretty good progress at the moment, stuff I'm enjoying more than the other stuff I was getting very confused by. So we're making good progress, and obviously inevitably at some point we will hit a brick wall again with something complicated, but some way to go. Our current main objective is to restore a solid supply of vulcanite so that we can have metal ingot production happening like on a large scale and for use everywhere within our base and beyond. In order to do that, we need a better foundation for our interplanetary logistics, a new approach, which is, you know, pretty big scale, especially if we want to be able to use it for multiple planets going forward, which we will need. In order to create that foundation for the logistics, we need to update our home planet, which wasn't in a bad position, just not really of the right scale or organization to keep things straight in my mind as we expand outwards. So last session we finished the first square in the updated mall. It was pretty much just for loaders. It took up way more space than I expected. We're not even trying to make that many of them, but there you go, they are an expensive item. Today we'll continue on that same pathway, so the next square down in our rail grid is going to be the continuation of that part of the bus, that part of the mall. If we do finish off this next square, then we'll move on to the rest of the mall. So currently we're doing like logistical items. We'll need to do production buildings and machinery and that kind of stuff. And when they're available, then like train and rail related items. After that, maybe bots and robot related items. Combine some of that together, perhaps, depending on the space it takes up. Like I say, we've done one square. I think the updated mall is going to be 5 or 6 squares. So a few more sessions to do to get the mall done. And when that is done, we'll start overhauling individual item production so that it can integrate with the updated interplanetary logistics. Bit by bit, I want to create that logistical network and prove it works before we invest too much time in it. In any case, let's get back into the factory and we can start working on things. Between sessions, I have done just some cosmetic work. So I changed the background design of the squares a little bit. Each square's got this like dark border and light inside, and I've just put a small light line around the edges so you can differentiate between the two squares a bit easier. They look a bit clearer. Little pattern in the corners, just why not? They looked good. Updated some of the labels specifically in the squares we are working in. Also cleared away some of the ores that were overlapping, just for visual reason. I didn't like the way it looked having the ores overlap, and we're not going to mine them, so I just wiped them off the map. Also updated the design a little. If I go into satellite mode, we can get the light to see. So where we've got train stations, there's a little bit of hazard concrete running along them, and around where that combinator is, just liked the look of it. Thought it was a nice design to put in everywhere. And even in the ones where we don't have a station, it's got a little line of the hazard and the updated power poles in case we were to put a station there, for example. And obviously where we've run the belts under for this bus, I've done a little design for that as well. Keep things nice and pretty, why not? Just felt like it. So I did that cosmetic work between, but no actual like production work that we will do now. Though obviously in the time it's taken me to do this, the production of these items further up the bus has kind of filled its storage. So, things aren't moving much, and that's fine. I think we also have like a ton of empty barrels I had to clear out at one stage because we haven't quite sorted out the permanent system for what's going to happen with them yet. That's some way down the line. But yeah, that's all I did, for a few little bits and pieces, and then we're ready to just carry on building now. Take the bus, which is here and ready, run it further down. First machine's going to be here, and we continue the plan from the factory plan for these two squares. N51 that we're in now. We've done loader, belt and splitter, So underground would be the next one to do, logically. Let's jump into that. This is what we'll start working on. Final stage is belt plus red underground. Blue belt plus red underground. Blue belt needs red belt. It's quite a lot of blue belt. It's like more than we were making just for belt. Interesting. And then it's the same pattern. The red underground is red belt plus yellow underground. Red belt needs yellow belt. Yellow underground needs yellow belt. So it's pretty simple, really. What's involved here is mostly just iron, bit of steel at the top end and lubricant, sure. But we can kind of put all the pieces together at the start. I mean, the start I think is 35 machines making iron gear wheels. Let's look at belt number. 2 iron in, 2 iron gear wheel out. So if we did 2 rows of 18, that would work. You know, one of them can be shorter. 17 and an 18. That's 17. Okay, so there's 18, and we'll have that. We can do what we've done elsewhere. It's a nice pretty one by having these unload onto splitters. Oh, have I run out of assembly machines in my backpack? That's unexpected. Okay, I'm a bit short of a few things. Why don't we go stock up from the little old production area we have down here? So if I want, sure, a few more loaders if they're available. Some more of these machines. Are they still producing? No, because that was being done manually, right? I need to make more. I'm not sure if we'll need more. There's a lot in that storage, but let's make some more. That could last us a very long time. It might be unnecessary. We'll see how it goes. A few more of them and them and a whole bunch more of that. Have I got some in there and probably figured I've got them there, but that's fine. That'll do for now. These are making iron gear wheel. And then the inputs obviously will be on the outside. Belt of iron there and a belt of iron there. Nice and simple for once. Copy all of let's get the rest of this belt in place and then we can copy paste it along. Do the last few that didn't fit. There we go. There's a whole bunch of gear wheels being made. Should have space for them to run. Like we've kind of kept this column clear, so they should be able to run down here towards where they're needed. I hope. And then yeah, we'll work out the connections in a bit. Okay, so then needs single cylinder engines, which are just going into the yellow belt. So it's 6 of them and then 5 of yellow belt. Might do them in one long line. With a gap. What do we need in for this? Two inputs, isn't it? Yeah, wheels and iron plate. That's already iron plate, but we need the full belt for the gear wheels. We can't share it. That will be in. What are the numbers here? So it's one of each in, one out. Not ideal. Okay, we can go long-handled out. Assume at this point we're in, yeah, half belts and less. To make the yellow belt, engines and iron. Makes that easy then, that's going to be iron. Engines are going to be there. Hopefully that's fast enough. Half second. I'm not sure of the speed of the long-handled inserters, which I've run out of. Let's go get some. Didn't notice that. Pretty sure they can move an item every half second. I think they have been doing that elsewhere so far. We'll see. Pretty sure it'll be fine. It's better restocked on them as well. So gear wheels are going in there. How many is it? So of the 1.9 belts being made, this is just using 0.243, so not much. They'll run into there. Can be there. That's iron. That's also iron, and so is that. Output of the belts. Still just half a belt's worth, yeah. So some of them, or most of them, go to make red belt, and very few into the undergrounds. Could just do the undergrounds now. Just 2 machines making iron beams. And 1 making, or half a machine making the yellow underground. That's fine then. Simple enough to do that here. As we've already got the iron to make the iron beams. Are they 1 every 2 seconds? That's going to be fine with them then. 2 every 1 second in should be fine because the inserter can grab 2 at a time. And then transport belt, some of it, so we should split there. Take the rest away would be best. Okay, for now. We'll see what comes next. That's going there, they're going there, into there, so that needs to come out. It is also going onwards to be upgraded to red ones. So to make the red belt, we need to combine the rest of that yellow belt with the rest of the gear wheels. Simple enough, in 8 machines. Could it go there? Probably. That is gear wheel already. Bit complicated. So the 8 machines need 2 belts of gear wheels, so bring 1 to there, then the other one, after it's done there, can cut down and be available. So if we moved everything up a bit, maybe this could work. Not even everything, I think just 2 of them. So the first belt would go to there. The second one to there. Should work. Then we just need, yeah, the yellow belt to come down here. What's the speed on this? Every half second, lots of wheels in. Belt 1 in, 1 out. Should be fine, then we'll go out on the long handled. Towards whatever they're up to next. And that is less than half a belt, good. Yellow belt will run there. But we could split it earlier in order to save a bit of belt. Which I don't usually do, that's unusual for me, but there we go. turbines. We can change this as well. Just needs the one splitter, and it doesn't need prioritizing. Doesn't need it, but it would be sensible to prioritize it so the engines definitely get some. Just going to move that back one. Line it up with where those poles are, and then it's pretty well balanced coming out of there, but it might be an idea to have after the last insert as the final one. Don't know. That's fine. That to there, and then that'll push the rest along. That's all good. The red belt and the yellow underground are combined. No other ingredients, just one machine there. It's pretty simple. Move that to that side, just need a bigger pole. In some fashion, bring them together, make the red underground to there. That'll do. Okay. Feels like I'm missing something, but looks fine according to the plan. Just need to now make the steel gear wheels, and then the blue belt. That can be in the next run, but it's going to need a bit of space. If we went there, there's no room on that side for the inputs. What does that look like anyway? 1 and a bit belts in, 1 and a bit belts out, so we do need to split them down or wheel things around a bit. So I probably do want a gap left. But possibly could do it back to front, so do the gear wheels last and feed them in. Do the blue belt first. What would that need? Red belt and lubricant is awkward. Whatever we do, we're going to need to leave a gap. That's fine then. We'll go here. I'm tempted to kind of wriggle the belts around a bit and have them all in one long line, making the steel gear wheels. .11111 belts is so after the 18th machine. Play it safe and bring them in earlier. In and out. Let's go with... Now I'm very tempted to try and line things up smart. So the output will be on this side. We'll see if it can work. So there is a separate line. Like that. And then the inputs... same kind of deal. On this side, steel plate. That's interesting how much that is, how much steel plate that is. There's only 3 lines coming down. Most of them are for here, I guess. That's the deal. Inputs, outputs, yep. The output's going to need to be alternated, which means that might be a mistake. Just to keep it simpler, let's move it back another one. Should be fine, shouldn't really matter. We can just priority a direction there just for the sake of it. And then we'll, yeah, alternate near far, near far. Near far, near far, good. Both sides of the belt will be used equally, evenly. That's them. So it's 5 machines making the blue belt, which I wanted to try and fit like here. Here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They've got the red belt running there already. It's a little messy not to split it off earlier and give this its own specific line, but we'll see how it runs. I think it should be okay. Guess we will see. Didn't factor in the lubricant. That is a problem. 1.1, so 4 of the machines are taking 1 belt. And it would need to be a bit further. Just doesn't really fit like that. So, new strategy, you're going to move this down, say there. Or even there. Just for the simplicity of it. Bring that yellow underground down. That belt might get in the way, so what if we just bring it down here? Little spaghetti-like, very small amount, but fine really in the grand scheme of it. And then we will split off to feed into there with the red belt. Output of there is there. Then I reckon the blue one can be here. It's a bit weird to not have it at the end, but I'm fine with it, you know. Can do it wherever. We've then got the red underground there. We just need to feed the blue belt into somewhere else on it, which perhaps we can just do here. That could work. Lubricant on the far side. And then red belt and this stuff is a little awkward. They're going to be here, we know that much. After a couple of machines or a few machines, we want to feed the outside extra steel gear wheels in from the outside. It's going to be fast enough. One belt. The belt is the one to do with the long handled, so that's fine. Should be fine. It can grab all that, so I think that's fine. And it lines up nice there. Just need to bring in these steel gear wheel lines over here somewhere. And yeah, we do want to push to that side, which is fine there. Should work. Don't know. We'll see, I guess. Need the outputs of these. That's really awkward. Okay. That does change things. How can we do that then? I think we need to move this then. Which again, we can do if we move it over the other side or something. Or even into that gap. Not crazy. Get that in and that out. And then that in. I think it works. That's a bit unnecessary, but actually prevents them from mixing quite nicely, so we'll leave it like that. It's getting in what it needs. And then, yeah, it's out of the way here, so we can have the lubricant input. In a nice long line, and then long handled out at a distance. Isn't amazing. What's the speed of these? That's 1 every half second. And 2 wouldn't even matter actually because of the stack quantity, so should be fine. Just need to upgrade another power pole for them. Although that one's bit silly now. How could we do this? Doesn't matter. That into there, and then out into a chest with a blue light so I can find it in the dark. I need a light making to do that, so I need a bit of glass, iron and copper. Deal with that in a second. Just double checking this is all okay. Just need to plug the lubricant in, I guess. In which case, just move that over. Bring that this way. And I'm not sure I've planned for that actually. Need to find where the lubricant is. I didn't bring it over with the belts. Can get a bit of glass, please. That'll do. Make a light. We'll make a few, why don't we? For future ones as well. Lubricant is here. Yeah, I didn't plan for it. Okay, I'll need to update this bit around here a bit to make it prettier. Fit the same, we'll go under there, so I'll just adjust the surfaces underneath that a little bit. We'll have it in the middle with the other stuff and we'll adjust that accordingly. And then come out there in line with everything else, and now whatever. Plug it in there initially. Should be good. How much is this using? 7,500, quite a lot. Should be okay off that line. The other one's already using a ton, so I'm a bit concerned about what lubricant is actually available in each pipe. Might need a third line, I don't know. We'll see when it's up and running. If it ever is running at full speed, we'll see whether we have a problem. Okay, that seems fine. Let's plug the inputs in and see if it works. So we're going to need iron first, lots of it. It's there, there, and there. Iron, 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 and then steel and steel. Which I don't even remember where that is. It is the outside one, so it's there. Although we need 2 lines, that's going to be interesting. Deal with that in a second. The iron as well, thinking about it. I don't know what we're down to, is it 3.1 lines or 3 point whatever, but we're taking almost 2 whole lines at the start here. Like pretty much 1 line in each, so I'm pretty sure we could just cut a line there and feed it in. Should be safe to do so. That goes under to there. And then cut another line here, probably. I should think. How does that run then? Like that. So actually, in order to move the lines inward, I would rather have it over one. And then we just terminate the outside one. 3 lines come down to here. Terminate the outside one, 2 lines carry on. And this one is very little compared. Yeah, quarter of a belt, so that won't terminate. 2 will carry on from there. That one runs to there. Which means they can run above ground. Oops. I wanted that splitter. There we go. So the priorities on these. A lot of iron used up. Pretty cool. That should be over 1. Good. Plug them in. Bring the steel up to where the split is and then work out how we get 2 lines off at the same time. Pretty easily really, because they can definitely terminate at least 1 line here. Just 1 line, so that comes off, and then that also comes off. 2 lines carry on. Doesn't mean they're not moved over, I guess, which, oh well, just live with that. The alternative is you have to leave a gap and then pull the other line, which we can. That would be there, then that would be there, like that. One line gets moved in, other line gets moved in, and then terminate the outside. Wiggle that one around. And over they go. Not in one trip though. Let's go there and there. Yeah, that'll do. Should be fine. Yeah, 2 whole lines are going out, nothing comes forward until they'll back up, and then it will, and they'll be lined up right. Good. Everything starts working. We've got tons and tons of gear wheels, lots of little engines, belt into underground, into belt. Steel is flowing, so this is flowing slowly. Okay. Is that gear wheel supply or is that inserter speed? Looks like inserter speed. There's a few spots where we know we need to come back with the stack inserters, so this is one of them. I'll have to check over everything and try and remember which are which, but I could put a second inserter in. I'd rather use a stack inserter, so we'll just come back and, for the time being, it'll be going a bit slower than usual. That's not a big deal at all. We still have the other bit of production as well, so we're good. Okay, good. That's underground belt up and running with a spot where it's all collected. Let's bring the bus down to the front and then look at what's next in the list of things to do. That down to there, that's just 2 now, so we could even bring the steel in to be next to the iron. Reduce the bus size again, not really necessary, but I think we'll leave it. We already squished it down once before coming under the rail line. I think we're all good. Let the robots finish this off. Run out of belt. Why don't we grab what's up here? All chest, which isn't a surprise considering. Oh, and I've got all of them. I should just stop trying to use the trash slots. Trying to be clever is just making me forget it all the time. We thought we could just mine them into my backpack and they'll get on with it. Seems fine. Completely forgot this is iron. There's 2 extra lines there, so this isn't actually right. It'll be okay, but not right. So we need this line to come in here, back out, which means that there, and then we terminate that one, not that one, till we get to this point where we need 2 more. That goes in and doesn't go out, goes in and then terminates. Is that right? Yeah, 1 line in there, 1 line in there, and then these carry on as normal. So it'll now be 4 here, which is nice and organised. Although, obviously, lots of iron I'm now scooping to fill my inventory with. Oops. Could bring the 2 steel over to join the stone, and not yet. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Let's not worry about things like that. Good. That's better and correct now. Perfect. Underground is done. Splitters were done above. So inserters next. Long and stack filter. Would generally do stack filter first, so why don't we? It's a long chain of different stuff, including some weird bits just for specific points, like automation core, you know, annoyingly. Stack filter is made from stack, which is made from fast, which is made from inserter, which is made from burner. The top end is pretty simple, really. The last two are very similar. Not sure the best way to do this. How many belts of the various intermediates are we talking about? 1 of electronic circuits, 1 of advanced circuits. Really not much. Okay, so we could do those first. Do all of the copper cable. Feed that into making these. Is the copper cable used anywhere else? Doesn't look like it. No. 2.33 plus 0.444. Doesn't sound right. It's 2.777, but we're making 3.111, so it is... Oh, there it is. Used in the small electric motors as well. Annoying, but okay. Just 2 machines of them for the inserter. Might not have enough space, you know, in the bit we've left clear here. Can fit like 4 lines, so not sure about this, but let's try. Do all of the copper cable first. 28 machines. It's going to end up being 4 lines. 3 and a bit. 2 in, 4 out. So how did we do that before? With multiple lines and multiple lines running really long. Yeah. Because otherwise we've only got like 7 machines in a row. 7 and 7. Yeah. Or 14 and 14 with... That could work. Leave a gap and then do 14. On this side. Oops. Then have the inputs on the inside. That's where our 2 lines of copper will run. We can have splitters all the way down, I guess. Unnecessary, but then the outside needs like halfway down to split out, but that's fine. Work that out in a second. So that's 7 machines on. Oh, that's awkward. But no real way to juggle around that. That's halfway, and then yeah, that doesn't align nicely. In there, out there. That goes around that one to make the 4 lines going out. But it means like alternating near far on the output isn't going to make a nice amount. But then again, it's not actually 7. That's because 3.1 belts, not 4 belts. So it's 9. So we could do 8. 8 and 6. Yeah. That one will go there. And that one will go out. And that'll be fine. Balance those lines here, and then we'll join them, push them together and whatever. Should work fine that way round. Shouldn't have an issue with that. It's not necessary, but we'll balance them earlier rather than pushing back further. It's completely unnecessary, but still, I want it. That's fine. I mean, that's 28 machines. The belts are got the space for it, so that's what we need in that regard. These are then going to come out to here. And we'll make the green circuits, I guess. 14 machines. We need 4 machines making the stone tablets. Can't go there, unfortunately. I can. Ooh, maybe. Stone tablet is 1 in, 4 out. So if we go in on the long-handled, out on the short-handled. What's that belt-wise? More than half, so they need to alternate, and I didn't set these to alternate. Do that now. So the last one is near. There we go. Should be fine. That's going to want to go a little earlier. All 4 of these are running here. And yeah, I want to be pushing them in a couple of times. So that's going to push in, I mean this can as well. Might not do much, but there we go. Does something. That's going to push the outside in. That's going to push the next one in, and then the next one in theory. If things back up, it's unnecessary, so might be unnecessary, but I'm not sure, so we'll do it. That'll... Actually, we don't want to, do we? Because depending on how I separate these 14 machines, that could be irrelevant or different. Interesting. Kind of want to do a 4-lane balance and spread them evenly between the 14 machines somehow. 14 doesn't divide by 4 very nice though, so probably won't do that. Fine, we got the tablets, we got that, so 14 machines with 3 different copper cable lines going in. There is no way of doing that, I don't think. It won't fit there, but could fit if we started it further back. Unnecessary. We got spare space at this point, I think. What if we do them all in one long line? How would that work? It's 2.3 belts over 14 machines. Which means, yeah, 6 machines and then the next belt's needed. There, and then feed in like we have done before. Give it a go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Feed in from there. Not sure about where the priorities should be, how the lanes should be pushed into each other and stuff like that. Just not certain. As well, you know, if things back up, it won't matter at all. But you know, they will back up. Definitely, shouldn't worry about that. They can all grab both things. Yep. Yep. Those belts are all in good spots, so you need to bring off 2 and a bit of these lines. So 1, 2, and that'll be the bit. Very awkward. That's fine for pulling off from those 2 and in. And that's fine if we have, I don't know, a 4-lane balancer, or a, if we push to the inside. We want them to be full belts rather than, well, yeah, push to the inside, I think. How I had it. Not sure, but I think. So we'll go with that. Get all of the cables pushed in, then on they go, and then... Although I guess that's actually the little bit we need. But it'll back up and then it'll push into the next one. Should be fine. That's good. Outputs to this side. How are they? More than half a belt, so they need alternating. They can come this way. Take up one of those spots that's now not got cable in. And then we want to make some red circuits, I guess. Starts with 8 machines making the components. Then 16 making the red circuits. All pretty easy. Can fit this here? No, not the components. Red circuits could fit there, maybe. 1 input, 2 input and output. How are the numbers? Yeah, could do. Input, input and output. Could of them. Then we still need a gap for making the components in. So yeah, not worth it. Start with the electronic components from here. If I can find them, there they are. So they want shared belt in, silicon in, I think it is, on the other belt, and then short output because they make, actually they're pretty slow, so I guess it won't matter. It's just making a quarter belt, so that can be a half, all outputting to the same side. The other stuff coming in can also be half, so if we had... how would we do this? Yeah, like that. Pull off the green circuits here. Join them there. And send them up for the next row. The other input being on this side. That's them and them, so copper cabling into there. How much? 0.444 of a belt. So 334 still needs to be, both lines need to continue. Is that right? That can't be right. No, because it's not 4 belts to begin with, it's 3.1. And we've taken away 2.3, and we're now taking away, so we're actually already down to 1 line here. Or even earlier. Yeah. There. Would be fine to push them all together there, and then it's just 1 line that comes further. Is that right? That doesn't look right. No. line for those. That one is still needed. And then it's one line. There we go. And them. And this has got its inputs, just needs its outputs. Which will be there. Can run along next to here. Cool. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Yep. Good. The electronic bits are kind of done. I don't need them bits. Or that one. There we go. I do need some belt over here for these inputs as well. Plug them in a bit. Good. What's the next thing to do? I mean, maybe just like the electric motors or what have you. I don't want to create too many more belts running down. Like, we could do the gear wheels, but it might be a bit early for that. Although they're needed to make the electric motor. Okay. Kind of want to now make the burner inserters, which would be fine, other than inserter parts are shared between two things, which means inserter parts should be next, and they require sticks and wheels, which are required in all sorts. Okay, how much space do we actually have? Like, not a lot. 1, 2, 3 or 4 more lines, maybe? I don't think there's any choice. So following this pattern, it's gear wheels next. 1 line in, 1 line out, 14 machines. Could go there if we use a long handle, but I don't think we want to, so need to leave a gap. It's going to take up quite a bit of space, this. More than I thought. But that's okay. We could make some of them longer. If we got space left. Might not. I mean, we can turn the belt this time, because it's not quite so wide as what we built in the last square. Could make some of these sections wider, or we can turn the bus when it gets to the end and do a second set on the right hand side, which we might need to, which would be fine. What's that? That's 10. And 12, 13, 14. There we go. Gear wheel. On and in, gear wheel out. They do need alternating, so I'll make that one near. Copy that down. And we'll go in there. Gear wheels will be available there. Okay. What's next then? Sticks, I guess. Yeah. And then, I don't know, we can like... Then we can start doing bits and pieces, we'll see. In the inserter parts probably, so sticks and then inserter parts. So sticks could go just to the end of here. I say, can they? No. 0.77 and 0.33 is too much, it's more than 1 belt of iron. It could still go up here though. If we bring a second line of iron up. Like so. And the size of this, I assume it's... No, it is more than half a belt. Wow. It's a fast recipe. 2 sticks every half second, sure. So they also need to alternate. Near, near, near. And then send that around there. Can go there, although there's probably going to be a machine there, which is a bit annoying, but for now, let's say they go there. 10 machines making inserter parts. That's not going to work either, is it? Kind of, if you can. Interesting. It would be best to split off, but we could just take sticks from here. Take the unused sticks, which are used in... They're used in automation core, which we could put here. It's not, like, ideal, but I'm kind of okay with it so far. Inserter parts there, automation core here. Possibly, if it works. Okay. Bit lost in the numbers now. That's all that sticks are used for, so that should be okay. But gear wheels need to go into them, and then copper needs to go into this. So gear wheels need to split off here. Run up there and to there. Copper needs to go in, and then the output as well. That's not good. Nope. Okay. How can we do this different? Leave a gap. Work the bits out in there. We need to do single cylinder engine next as well, which is 2 machines, iron and gear wheel. Would be there. It's kind of doable, so we can get the copper in. Output's going to be a little awkward like that, but it'll work. Actually, that's not bad with the underground under the machines like that. Kind of like it. That's copper. Then gear wheel and iron, which somehow and get them joined. Yeah, I can send that under instead. Line them into half belts. Assume we can. This is for these. Yeah, absolutely, because it's a tiny amount. The output of them is harder though. We need more inserters. Okay, can output to there. It's okay. Fine. So we can now make the burner inserter, but do we want to make... I mean, the small electric motor is the only remaining intermediate piece, so we might as well make it. It needs iron plate, gear wheel, and then copper cable, so... sorry, how many machines? 2. Needs those things, which... yeah, definitely going to be fine to share those belts. And it also needs an input of copper cable, quite a lot of it very fast, so that's not going to work. We can, you know, again, a little bit of spaghetti, but the bigger picture will be okay. We can bring it in here. See how that works out, but that'll get that in, and then they can go out as well. How about a shared belt of them? Because of where they're used, it might work. So them on the near side, and the engines on the outside. Try it. Where are... I haven't done the inserter part output. Okay. This isn't going to work then. We're not going to get those outputs to anywhere unless we take away the copper plate heading up here. So we can do that. Don't have automation cores. We'll work that out in a second. And now let's tidy that up. Say, and then what we need is the output of these, which is 2 every 2 seconds. That's going to be fine. How many is it belt-wise? Yep. Can all go to the same side. So these ones coming here, we probably do want to run this further down. And then send that there. They need to be able to output onto the belt. So these need to move over. Well, we can do this in order to wiggle that into there. That can move down one. Good. Okay. Not perfect, but okay. If it works. So we need to make the automation cores again, which we can work out in a second. Just need to bring some copper over and send it all the way under there. It's fine, you know. We'll work that out in a second. Firstly, shame they're there, but let's say, what are we making here? We're making 750 inserter parts. 150 of them are needed for the burner, which is math fails me, a fifth of the, so 2 machines. So that's fine to just take them from here and the rest will carry on. Burner inserter could go here. If I can find it, there we go. And it will take, that can cut in, take them, and output in some fashion into inserter, which also needs them. Specifically the near side of this one, so we could do this in order to just take the near side. Might not be necessary, but if it fits. They feed into fast inserter. No, hang on. Automation core is needed to go into here. So if we had automation core here, what do we need? That is a line of insert parts that keeps on going. Not ideal. Move that over one. Use the long handled. We can split off some sticks here for that, and then there are gear wheels there. So how about sending that under a little further even, joining them and using the faster inserters, maybe even, yeah, maybe 2 inserters could be good. Then copper in, automation core out, which is going to run into there. Let's move that over. Move that over as well. Should be good. Output from here is going to be awkward and heading somewhere, but whatever. A belt full of regular inserters, don't want it, but no big deal. Copper needs to come up here. Which, yeah, I mean, send it under all that, and then all the way up to here. Maybe like that, I would like. Okay, so that's the copper for them. They've got the other inputs on the other side, as long as that's okay from the belt of gear wheel wise. 0.556 plus 0.111, yep, that's fine. We've got something there. What's that? That's inserter parts. Sure. Inserter parts, carry on. So fast inserter needs that plus green circuits plus some steel plate. Pretty easy. If we could get that in a row with the steel gear wheels, it'd be nice. So 4. Can't quite go there. Again, unless we move some things around. Nor can it really go up there. Although, how fast is it? 4 every 2 seconds. Could be okay. Short in, long out. Could work. We'll try it. Let me get some more blue inserters so I'm not playing with ghosts. Going pretty good so far. Getting things made. Pretty sure we'll have space to do everything in this square. Steel is in there. They're going out there. So if that was fast inserter, steel can go in there. Yellow inserters, I mean, just need to move it over, don't we? Say there. Output them somewhere, somehow. Bigger power pole. Yeah, in that case, move it over one. Send that under. Bigger power pole there too. Okay. So there. Steel is there. Need the green circuits. Which, do we need more of them? Yeah, for everything. Okay. Interesting. And annoying. Need a lot of different belts coming in here. Might need to move this. And run an even longer belt of yellow ones. What's left to do? Just made the steel gear wheel, so this is it now. One machine of each type. I think we can do that where they are. So we're going to bring the greens up here and the reds up here. In theory. So what have we got? Copper cable. It's going to terminate in the next thing, I guess. Yeah, into the small electric motor. So copper cable is this one. Greens and reds. To do that. Green's on the outside, which I don't like, but yeah, I think we need to. Green's there. That's very awkward. Wiggle it. Don't like that, but never mind. Never mind. It's fine. Greens and reds are here. Greens are needed here. Let's run that over. That's the end of the steel needed. So that's going over one. I can go back a bit. Greens are there. The actual blue inserter. Probably going to need a bigger power pole, like there as well, I assume. Into stack inserter. And then that into stack filter inserter. Interesting stuff. So greens. Move that round the corner. Greens in here. Reds in as well. They're going to need a gap. So that can go under. Should these have priorities on? Probably not, but I would anyway, just consistency. Steel gear wheel is there at the moment. So do we move all these over a bit? Probably. What's the speed on all this? Half second, wow. Okay, so long-handled inserters to be avoided. But squeezing this together is not going to leave much choice. This also needs steel gear wheel? Yeah. Okay. That's steel gear wheel. It's green circuit, and the other one. There. And then that's not actually needed. That can go under. Red circuit can come in. For both of them. Green, red, gear wheel. This. Green, red, gear wheel. We just need the rest of the inserter parts feeding into this. And then that feeds into that. And that into the final chest, which... can I copy the one I just did? Where was it? Oh, quite a way away. Okay. Didn't realise how far south we'd come. There we go. Inserter parts are here. And I need to get them into this. That's the last inserter of them, so I can turn it there. Cool. Heads under. No, these need to go under. That can come straight down. Should be fine. 4 in every half second. Be an interesting one. That might need a stack inserter, which we're about to start making. How exciting. I think I've plugged everything, lined everything up. Some gaps here and there that I'm not entirely happy with. It stretches down quite far, but it is another big one that needed a lot of machines. Where are we? This was 115 machines, so it's not surprising. There's only 23 for the long-handled, 7, 16 and 38 left, so yeah, this is kind of the bulk of it done now. Which is nice. Good. Just got to plug the inputs in and check that it works. I didn't miss something or what have you. Let's have a little look. What's first? Here, copper. Which is there. To bring 2 lines in, or 1.556 lines in. So split off, feed 2 in and 3 carry on will be fine. Yeah, 1 line and a bit comes off, the other bit stays behind. That's fine, I think. No, because I'm forcing 2 lines through 1 splitter. Good point. So we have to do it again. And then it can terminate. Sure, and that fits fine doing it that way around. Pushing to the outside instead of the inside, that's fine. I'll live with it. Stone brick needs to come in here. That's back here. Aren't reaching 1 leap. There we go. That makes the green circuits. Next up is the electronic component ingredients, which are here. Which, yep, they're the right way around. This isn't the last time we need red circuits, is it? Red circuits are not needed in long-handled. No circuits are needed in long-handled. Interesting. Sure. They're not needing anything else that we're making. Okay, so these terminate here. There we go. That makes them, that makes that. This is iron inputs. Bring that forward. So there's 2 lines running here, so we must be pulling off one entire line. And then a little bit more. So how do we do that? Same as we just did, I guess. Like that. Three lines carry on. Yeah, that's right. Good. That's the iron feeding into there. This is the outputs. No, that's something new. That's the output to them. Okay. So the next line in is here. Iron plate. Yep. One runs there. No. To there. They can go above ground. That's iron plate, sure, and that is the output of those. Somewhere I need a copper plate, don't I? Where did I do that? Yeah. That's too far. Where's copper? Let's bring that up. Not quite right. 3 lines there. Like that. It's the copper for there. Something's not running, so what have I done wrong? I've got them facing the wrong way. Hopefully that's all. They're being made and split, that's fine, they're being made now. Split there. Should start pushing back in a second. As long as the outputs are going okay up there, they are. Seems fine. Don't see any problems. That's backed up and is now feeding down. Why is it feeding down though? Do we need it? Doesn't look like it. So that should have terminated there. Tidy that up a bit. Okay. Seems fine. No. Steel plate is needed to make steel gear wheels. Where are they? 2 lines running here. What's that? Oh, I did it there. No, did it one to the right. Doesn't particularly matter, but know what I'm like with consistency. There we go. Split that off there. And then that goes to there. Why is there that much copper left? But okay. It might have reduced to 2 and I just didn't realise, you know, the way that it comes together doesn't particularly matter. Everything moving, that's now moving. They're being made very quickly. They're being made, but not inserted fast enough. So yeah, they will need one. In fact, we're making them, so it's about time we switched over. We could use both going forward. We could have long inserters, fast inserters, and stack filter inserters, but I'm not going to. We're going to do everything with stack filter inserters, and if that's overkill, then so be it. The downside is the increased electrical consumption, which we're just going to make more electricity. So if I change that and put it onto blacklist mode, it should start putting them in big stacks that don't cause an input problem, but it is causing an input problem. Interesting. Why? Picks up 6 at a time and puts them in. It needs 4 every half second. I guess it's just not picking them up quick enough. Its rotation speed is fine. It must be the actual just picking up that isn't good enough. What if we take the output here and alternate? So both sides of the belt have got stuff on. Not faster, no. Very interesting. And concerning about the benefit of having a stack inserter if it can't pick things up quick enough. As we increase the stack size, it might get rid of the issue, but I guess the throughput is just really, really fast, and in that case, a loader is better. Loading the inserter parts, that would definitely go fast enough. And it is. Interesting. Production on this end seems to be fast enough. I mean, extremely fast. Cool. Good, so that's running okay. We've got stack inserters, so why don't we go back now and fill in those spots where we needed to use them for throughput reasons. If I can remember where. We should see it, really. Everything looking fine all around the place. Here does not look okay. And that's because I fed 2 belts through one line. That's not good. Just need to do that to get the outside flowing properly. That's not right, but it's okay. It's working. That's all fine. These run? No. This is one of the situations where I think, and we need to have them on blacklist mode. Is awkward to do, okay. There we go. That is better. They are inserting the cable fast enough. Except this one, which I just can't output. The output's backed up. Okay. They're now not getting their stone tablets in fast enough, which is because they're not outputting fast enough, so why don't we upgrade that as well? Oh, there wouldn't be any harm in alternating those near far, just in case it helps at all with the moving of them. When that starts getting around, we should... No, still not putting them in fast enough. If it goes red at all, the status or anything, it means the throughput isn't what it's planned to be, which means things are going to be made slower. It's not a big deal. We're not aiming for continual super speed, but still, it's not right. So that's down to the long-handled inserter being too slow for this. I don't think we need to add more because the output's backed up. Like, we're good, but it is annoying. Yeah, we're fine. Let's not stress about that. In the future, when we've got the superior speed inserters, they have both long and short versions, so we'll eventually have longer handled ones that go quickly. The way that I'm laying things out lends itself to using long handled ones, which evidently isn't like great at this stage, because they're just too slow. Still, we're good. Throughput on these machines seems fine, which is nice. Could go faster, but their inputs, their outputs are all flowing. I don't see an issue that needs upgraded inserters there. The steel input here has gone weird. One side of the belt is empty all the way up. Interesting. Any particular reason for that? Because we've run out of steel. Okay. Any particular reason we've run out of steel? I mean, we've kind of just run out of steel. We're using it too quickly. We're not smelting it fast enough. Because we're not making enough iron plates, because our iron patch where the steel is being made has dried up. Okay. We have a pretty major steel problem then. We can add that to the list of current issues. Fine, those inserters have been done. Let's carry on with that. Do these need anything though? Doesn't look like it because their output is okay. But their steel gear wheels aren't really going in fast enough apparently. Let's fix that then. Will at least be correct. Down here, hard to tell with things backed up whether they're fast enough or not. Looks like the iron gear wheel input is not. Let's get that improved. Although that hasn't improved it. Interesting. Again, hard to tell because it's not moving fast enough, but yeah, it's not going fast enough. Occasional red status, very brief, but something about the speed of it grabbing it is not fast enough. Interesting. You know, I thought upgrading to these inserters would be a benefit, but it doesn't seem to make much of a difference, really. Maybe, you know, as we upgrade the inserter carry size, it will be more significant, but don't know. Everything else, not sure. These evidently seem fine. I mean, it's the same as the cable, so that should work fine like the cable did. Anything here to upgrade? Should be okay. Possibly the circuit production, but from memory it's not. We don't need a whole machine's worth of throughput, so it's not really important. Do it anyway, for the sake of it. If I grab a stack, watch things in motion. Yeah. I mean, this could do, like with two, one that specifically grabs the inside and one that specifically grabs the outside, but I don't, it just doesn't matter in that context. Here should all be fine. Here I imagine there were some, this definitely. Although, from what we've seen, so the loader needs 10 gear wheels per second and 5 circuits per second. I don't think that's going to be anywhere near fast enough for that, from what we've just seen, so let's loader this up as well. That's much faster. Here we need 5 and 5 every... yeah, 5 and 5 every second. That could do better with those. And then... same deal there. Yeah, that guy's got a whole chest ready already, so I'm not too worried really. Here, doubt there's an issue. On these, with the copper cable there could be. It's on the inside one, so let's do them. Would be good. 6 every 0.8 seconds, yeah, that's probably going to help with that. Those I think are okay. These I'm pretty sure will be fine because they're slow. Same there and there. These I think we could speed up. Not sure if it would be enough, but it'll be something. Place them out and then pasting in the settings so they go to blacklist mode instead of whitelist mode. Which is so that they will pick up anything. If they're on whitelist and you tell them nothing, nothing is allowed to be grabbed. If they're on whitelist and you tell them something, only that thing is allowed to be grabbed. If they're on blacklist and you tell them something, they'll grab anything except that, and therefore blacklist with no filters will pick up anything. Which is what we want in this case. They'll behave just like a stack inserter would. Them lot done. This lot, problem was the output. Let's upgrade them. We should remember the near far, but yeah, that means I can't copy paste exactly. Need to alternate what I paste. There we go. These I think were okay from what we saw, and these we have no idea. Output is probably going to be a big problem actually. That's 10 out every 1.25 seconds. They might need loaders coming out of them. Steel ones I imagine are okay. That's 10 out every 5 seconds. That can probably be done with a fast inserter because it does 2 every grab. So it's essentially 1 grab every second, which is roughly what they do. This is double that, 10 out every 2.5 seconds. So these I think at least, and possibly even loaders for these. Put them all in, then I'll set the configuration on them all. It'll be an interesting one. We kind of need to see it in motion to know, and that's a long way away from now. We can test the speed of things, in theory. What's this? This is more iron, so it's same again here. Oh, they don't need alternating because I put the balancers in there. Okay. Paste all that in. Good, and then 10 every second and a bit is going to be, I mean, maybe when we've upgraded the carrier bit, but this is currently 6, so it takes 6, puts it down, grabs 6, puts it down. It should be able to do that. 2 grabs in 1.25 seconds. It should. I could be very wrong about that, but let's try this first. We have to reorganize this whole run to accommodate loader output then. we'll do that in the future. There's space to do it there. Set them to blacklist as well. Then I think we're good on this changing things to the stack inserters for now. I probably have missed something, but you know, if the machines aren't running at full speed, it doesn't really matter. And they're going to be constantly backed up just because I'm not grabbing things that quickly. Although the lack of steel is obviously going to be a problem in general. Let's bring the rest of the bus down to the front. Find the next thing that we're working on. They've terminated, that's there. So use the stone stuff to come down. Might need to set up a bit of steel production, like as a distraction. It might just be necessary. Annoying. But okay, there we go. There we've got the bus back to the front again. Next in the list is long-handled inserters. Relatively small one. So we've got cable sticks and gear wheels going all over the place. Just gonna do them all in a row and join them however they end up getting joined. Leave a gap and then let's do gear stick inserter part. So 632 632 gear stick inserter parts. So they're going to have iron in. Let's go with that side. Is there some way I can get these to default to blacklist? Wonder if there's a setting that does it. Interface setting. Interactions, not really. Something I might have to Google in the future. If I'm going to be using filtered ones all the time, I want it to default to blacklist, so not having to constantly change them. Although having seen them in action, I am more and more tempted to use the fast ones as well. Don't know. Lost and found. Hi, nice to see you again. Hope you're well. Why filter inserters into the assemblers? Why not? Basically, why make two different inserters if you can just use one? Was my attitude towards it. I'm feeling more and more that's the wrong attitude. I'm already carrying around a short inserter and a long inserter. If I also carry around a filtered one, a stack one, so you got fast, filter, stack, and long. They all filter into assemblers. Yeah, like it won't insert something it doesn't need. Yeah. Oh, interesting then. Is it irrelevant? There's going to be very few cases where we're using inserters that are not from some kind of machine that will filter in that manner. We might use them in things like enrichment, possibly. It might be that a stack inserter is good enough for all cases. It doesn't cost us much to upgrade them. It is wasteful, but then, like, the way I play is wasteful inherently. Which is why I'm not particularly concerned by it. It is interesting, though. Yeah. Very rarely use filter inserters. Yeah, chests and train wagons. Yeah, train wagons, that could happen in theory in the future. the way we've organised things at the moment, there's no overlap. Like a train loader is one thing. We might change that in the future. So, but it's very, you know, my attitude towards it was very much, if there is a case where we might use a stack filter inserter, why don't we use them everywhere? Like, there's no situation where they don't do what you want. Just situations where you're not using them fully, you know, to their full abilities, I guess. Having done it, I'm not so sure, but in theory. You primarily use trains as well, yeah, except, yeah, if you've got one that you're building with. But yeah, you're driving around to build with rather than like an automated one, yeah. Although, particularly with LTN, you can use filter inserters quite clever. We haven't done it yet. Like I say, we might do it in the future, but we've seen, if I use satellite mode, we can see in the dark. We've been feeding data into the LTN stops through the light. There is a combinator next to them that feeds data out. One of the bits of data it filters out is what the arriving train wants to load. So you can use that signal to then trigger your filters so that it loads only what that train is expecting. So you can use filter inserters on train stations with LTN to be quite clever in that way, to mix things up in the station. Automated trains are one per train, yeah. Haven't used LTN. Used to use TSM, sure. Vanilla. I'm still not sure about LTN. I like the concept and the way it works, but if we were doing something more vanilla, I'm not, or you know, the next run we do, I don't know whether I would or wouldn't use it. This is a little awkward. I'm assuming we need, yeah, sticks and wheels in other things, so don't want to take them all here. Split them off. Combine them. Awkward. And combine them like that. We move all that one to the left. That would be okay. Still don't like it. Try. Yep. Like that. And then those are available for the next thing they needed in. And those coming out there for inserter parts. Okay. So do we want to probably just do this bit now, make the single cylinder engine two machines, plate and gears. It's all a bit messy actually, this layout. I'm not a huge fan. Kind of want to do this different. Somehow. I'm not sure how. Your opinion, LTN is good for short train rides. Space conservation, sure. Throughput over space savings. Yeah, I know. I think I know what you mean. I haven't used LTN enough to really understand its limits, I guess, but it's not. In order to create stations that would allow it to run with high throughput, you would need a lot of space, a lot of redundancy, I think. For example, we have a depot this big with 20 trains in it. That's like a lot of redundancy to ensure availability and stuff like that. So in terms of like efficient throughput, I'm sure Well, just the vanilla, you know, this train does this journey back and forth at a known rate, at a known speed, over and over again. It just seems more manageable, I guess. That's the beauty of Factorio, especially with mods, is it would take a long time to get a definitive decision on which is better in a specific situation, and even then it doesn't really matter, so do what you enjoy. I think I am going to split this down different. Let's cut all this out first. Do the iron sticks down here, along with all of the stage 1 bits, so copper cable would be down here as well. And then stick copper cable, then was it 2 machines making engines there? They go in. The outputs. Why don't we do that idea? We kind of like that in terms of avoiding the long-handled. So that's going to split to do that, and then the rest of them. It's not the rest of them though, is it? Some also needed for automation core, sure, but 2 inserter parts can go here. 2 automation core could go there, maybe? And then the copper plate can run into them. Automation core. Stick and gear wheel, so the sticks. And then sticks out into them as well, and these, which I think long handle might be the way to go with that. What's the speed? That should be fine, actually. 1 grab every second should be fine. Last few times you've booted, you've been building a toy train network. Interesting. Does nothing but look cool. Sounds good, actually. Sounds fun. I don't mind systems that do nothing. And Factorio's, I guess, the one game where I am inclined to make things pretty. Like when I was playing Anno before, I had no inclination to like open the decorations menu and start placing statues and fences and making things pretty. It just didn't appeal to me at all. Whereas in Factorio, doing things like the different surfaces around, again, wrong map mode, the different surfaces around this area to make it, and it's not like pretty, but at least there's some kind of design to it. I don't do that in many games. I don't know, something about Factorio where I guess it's just the machinery aspect of it is quite appealing. Some huge map with huge custom intersections. Interesting. No place in normal gameplay, but you get to throw trains through them and watch them move, which is fun, I guess. Why not? How many gear wheels are needed where? 0.111 belt for that, less for that, less for that, more for that. Okay, so I could split there to go into there. But I know for the output, yes I do. Just need a bigger power pole in the middle there. Should be okay. And then them under to here, perhaps. See how it goes. Just change that to be more obvious. Gear wheels, sticks, fine. Need the output of this as well. Fine. So all the ins and the outs for that. These need outs. We'll run under there. Wherever they're for. That is sticks. So that can carry on. What's copper? Okay. Fine there, fine there. Be nice to split the sticks actually to... Which we can do. Like that even. Good. And then there. I think everything's plugged the right way round. Got all the elements, so still need to make small electric motors, gear wheel and copper cable and iron plate. So we've got iron plate there, gear wheels here, copper cable here. Okay. Probably go here if we put this output somewhere else. Got a image link to the map if you want to. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, post it in. Love to see it. Whatever people are up to. Iron plate there. Confusing. Let's have a look at this then. Oh wow. Yeah, that's cool. Like, yeah. It's like a roundabout for a dozen lines at once, or... Yeah, crazy. Are they? So they're all like signalled up and everything as well. Have you tried running 1,000 trains through them or anything? Or is it... I mean, are you still building, I guess? That is, yeah, pretty. Very pretty. This is not good. As to that, that's all fine. So we want iron, cable and gear wheel. There's not the best. Iron is available here. Let's move them over to that one. Iron, cable is there. Gear wheels are here, so we join them for there. And that's everything that's needed. Maybe not quick enough. Probably not actually. We want able to run on its own, but the gear wheel to join with the iron really. Sure we can do that. They're both here. Move that one back one. It's wiggly and ugly, but okay. If it's going to work, it's going to work. Bit awkward, but yeah. You're building it up, aren't you? Yeah, fair enough, yeah. What am I missing here? It's all the inputs, so the output of that, which we can do there. We just need to make sure they go on alternate sides, which not sure how that'll work. Is far the top or the bottom? Far is the bottom, near is the top, and the other way around. Near is the bottom, far is the top. Okay. So far is the top, near is the top, near is the bottom, far is the bottom. I think that'll be okay. Shared belt of inserter parts and electric motors. Sure. Those are all the pieces. So we need one making burner inserters, which is engine and inserter parts, which are both here. Maybe we'll get a bit funky with them and put them sideways. Don't often do that. And then might go on instead. Still not a huge fan, actually. Let's not mix them if I can. So if I move that back one, move that over one as well, then under to there, so that'll be that way, that'll be that way. That's burner inserter. And here regular inserter, which needs motor automation core. That one and this one. And the burner inserter, obviously. Oh, no, they're very fast, aren't they? Let's put a bigger power pole in the middle one. That's fine, and then the last one is the long-handled, which needs that one. Just plus some sticks. Okay, where are sticks ended up? They're here. Very awkward, but okay. What if I send that under instead? Bring them through here. Kind of. Into there, and then that all set up. Why is that not forward? That way around? No. That way around, I guess. There we go. That'll do. Okay. It's way more messy than I usually work, but the numbers are just so awkwardly small, I guess. Lots of different elements. Let's plug it in and check that it's working. So, iron first. That's wrong. There to there. There's that. Next is... oh, that's the wrong way around. My bad. Is that even right? That's a lot of gear wheels just for engines. Okay, fine. This is iron. That's better. Am I crazy? Yes, I've done that wrong. I mistook them earlier than that, so they need flipping. So that's gear wheels, and that's gear wheels, sure. fine. We need to flip them and put iron in the top one. Let's try that instead. Gear wheels might just alternate them. Clear that up a bit. That's fine. Seems better. This is copper. That's also iron. Which we'll split it off again. That's fine. And then, yeah, that's copper. Let's bring that forward. There we go. Needs cleaning. We're going to alternate that as well. And that, I guess. Seems fine. What are we missing? Copper cable isn't going in there because it's full. Because I didn't change the filter on them. Okay. For them, sure. That's going to get annoying. Yeah, not so happy with this strategy anymore. We'll live. There we go. We're making long-handled inserters. That is all good. Let's bring the bus to the front again. What should we be pulling off actually for this? Is it nice insignificant numbers of everything? It's fine. It's probably another iron belt has been used up by now. Unclear. So there, the stony things to here, and then some steel has appeared. Not much. Okay. Very worried by that. Next thing is electric poles. So we'll start with the wooden one. We need a pulverizer, 4 greenhouses, and 2 machines. Not much. What way round are we going to do this? Might want to share that pulverizer actually, because we're not actually using stone, I don't think, anywhere, just sand. So we could convert that stone line now with 3 pulverizers into sand. It's a bit much. 444463 and 014. So it is a belt of sand. We would be able to do that. Could have crushed it right at the top, I guess. Maybe should have. Interesting. Doesn't really matter. Why do I even need sand? Oh, to make... Oh, interesting. Sand to make the wood faster. So I could skip that for now and do the other recipe. We need 15 greenhouses. Got the space for it. Simplifies it a bit as well. Quite a bit. Just put the 15 greenhouses on the right hand side here. I'm more inclined to do that. Do I have greenhouses on me? No. Are we making greenhouses? We must be. Yes, good. Let's go with that. 15 greenhouses and then 2 machines, yeah. In which case, I mean, 2 machines can just be like that. We might even... There's a thought. We need half a machine of cable. And here we are using... Ah, we need 3 exactly. Okay. Can't steal from the last thing. Oh well. What about the next thing? That's also 3 machines exactly. Oh well. 1 and 1. So cable and small pole. Sure. That'll make a cable and feed it straight in. I will output them for storage. No power? No power. How about there? Sure. Need more chests, which means I need some steel. Good. That's fine. 15 greenhouses, so if we started here and just did a long line of them, could be okay. Will they fit there? Just, but a bit ugly with it touching. So rather move them down. Need to take the power pole away anyway, regardless. That's okay. Not sure though, maybe that's not powered. Okay. I think I prefer them there though. Where the inserters go, where the belt's gonna run. So a little further down might be better actually. That's a thought. We ran the belt like that. It's using anyway 1 wood per second. No, 1 wood per half second. Sure, that's why we need so many. It's weird though, like a loader wouldn't make sense, an inserter would be fine. Despite needing 15 machines to make it. Slow recipe, I guess. Which is a reason to buffer it. Through a chest. So the output doesn't sit in the machine but in the chest instead. Things can keep moving that way. A line should be more than enough. Actually, let's go with half a line. And then yeah, we'll power that. Unless we can. No, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So ideally I'd want the output to be there. So I want to move them all up 1. Fine. We should get them powered actually. No? It does not. Okay. In which case... There's no winning really with that. If I move them down... Still not powered. No. Need to go quite far to get power, or there. And then no. Okay, so what I'm going to do is have them there and upgrade the pole in the middle. There? Yeah, there we go. No. There. Yeah, fine. Fine. Cut a bunch of them out. Three, 6, 9, 12. There's the 15. Which does come quite far to the right, but I'm pretty sure we're going to fit everything before we hit the bottom of the line here. Not got much more to do in this square, so Should be fine. Just need to get them poles upgraded too. There we go. And plug the water in. Which go from the back pool, but I think the bottom left is probably closest. Bottom left or bottom right, but let's go with bottom left. I'll line this up to not cause any trouble. Go with there. That's good. Not ideal to be in line with the pole there though. I think I will move them over one. So I'm pretty sure that was still, yeah, that's connected still. Good. Turn the corner there. Head down to the pool. Have I got a pump on me? Yes. Very helpful. There we go. Should start making, would take a while to kick in, but then when it does its first output and fills the buffer in and stuff like that, we'll be all good to go on little power poles. Next thing will be medium power poles. Slightly bigger production chain. Which all feeds in, I guess. So just need iron and copper, various machines all in a long line. Do the iron beams afterwards. Interesting. It's going to end up with the finished stuff all over the place, but it's kind of okay. How are we for space here? We've got room for 2 belts in theory, so that's fine. Let's go with 2 lines then. Do 3 machines of stick, 3 machines of cable, 1 machine of small pole. Three machines of stick, 3 of cable, 1 making small iron pole, which needs just those things. How about inputs on this side, outputs on that side? I need more inserters, which has already got a whole chest full. Very nice. And we'll put these to the inside of the belt. Probably want 2 inserters there for the speed of it, and in this case set them whitelisted to the different ingredients so they focus. Should be okay. Iron in there, copper in there. Those out there. They need to carry on, so it would be best to split them then. Bring that round. Should be. And then 8 machines making beams, 1 making medium electric pole. We can make this work, I'm sure. I don't accidentally cut off the power. Medium pole, okay. Iron is already there, but what do we want? 2 per 2 seconds. That's not bad. Interesting. This is 1 per half second. Could do that with long handled. If we can weave it around here, okay. Don't think this is the best way. How about bring the iron in there and the copper in there. That'll be better. Good. Output from them. How is that for belts? It's very little. Okay. Just run out a line there, into there. That and those? Yeah, all of that. Okay. Sure. That into there and that. Straight down from up there. Make sure all of these are actually going to function. Probably have missed some. No big deal. Should be all the inputs, although again, 2 inserters might be good. So every half second we want 4 of each. Yeah, we're going to need more than that. Why don't we just load both sides of the belt straight in? Saves messing around. And the output of that, sure, just needs wiggling around that pole a bit. There we go. Good. Just plug in the 2 ingredients. Those poles are not... Oh, they are. Exactly where I want them. Okay, good. And then iron as well. There we go. Should start making poles. Hopefully. If I actually said everything right. I just copy pasted, so that's broken that. Okay. Oops. There we go. Flushed it through. Set that filter wrong. It's sticks, not gear wheels. That's more like it, although that's... There we go. All fine now, working, making poles. Brilliant. Let's bring the bus forward again. Slightly concerned about what we've got here still. Do I actually need sulfur? Don't think I do. I need stone, stone brick, iron and steel. Stone, stone brick, iron and steel. I did want to perhaps make a little extra concrete, which we'll do at the end. I was just going to take what backs up, but actually we needed like a lot. Every square needs a lot of surface. What have we done here? 300. It's 150 of each colour. I don't think we even need that much. Let's just have a look at the numbers. It's made from concrete, which is made from all the same stuff. We've just, yeah, the surpluses of whatever comes out the other end will be fine for this. Stone brick and iron stick, yeah, simple stuff. It's not even, yeah, not even close to a machine. It would be 3,000 a minute for a machine. Ah, interesting. Because it's 10 concrete to 1, so something like 300 would be, or less. 1 concrete machine would be 75. And then we'll slowly convert that into hazard. Would be fine with me. And it, yeah, just uses the leftovers really, won't affect anything. Good. So warehouse is next. We don't need the sulfur. So I brought that line all the way down here for nothing. I'm going to tidy that up now. Leaves the inside line empty as well, which is interesting. Not sure we'll do anything about that, but this is a long line of sulfur we don't need. My inventory's full. Let's go dump some rubbish to be disposed of. sulfur, iron plates, bits and pieces. For now, clear it all out. Rest is fine. Fast inserters could go. Let's do it for now. See how that goes. I could do with a bit more rocket fuel, but we don't have any anymore. We do. It's on the rail network, but it's not sat next to a rocket anymore because the rocket used to live here and doesn't anymore. So I'm going to be putting this all the way back to the old square. I guess I am. We just needed sulfur once for sulfuric acid to make blue chips, I guess. Makes sense. Didn't even need swapping over there. Surprised I didn't notice that before. Maybe I figured it was used in concrete. No big deal. Here it is. We can just plug that straight out. And I'll go dump off this sulfur as well, get rid of that too. Good. Let's make some warehouses here. Actually, I think, yeah, like crushing all that stone now would be a good idea, combining the next few things together. It's got 1.39 machines, 1.33 machines, 0.08 machines. So 3 pulverizers, creating a belt of sand out of a belt of stone. You could just do on the left hand side here rather than in mine or anything, we just do it before this one starts. So if we were here, 3 of them, bigger power pole in the middle. We're just going to take the stone line in some fashion. Could be inserted in, but loader does simplify it. Let's go in there's and out here's. That under there, sure. And that out. These to join somehow. I want to move it all up a little bit. Should be okay. Let's turn that round actually and go. All this, we're a bit close to that steel line, which we could move in as well, actually. Why don't we do that too? Put all this back a bit. That in a second. Yeah, let's do that. Inside here is now clear, so 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll bring 1, 2, 3, 4. Bring them over there. Apart from that one. Or yeah, that's fine. So that's going to be stone brick to there, and then 2 steel lines can come here. Assuming this one, they're not 2 lines though. What have we got left? Oh, they are 0.926 and 0.111, so it is interesting. Stone can go under. We can move all this to the right some distance, not sure how far. Not that far, so there, bit of a shame it doesn't line up nice. we could make it line up nice. Let's put these missing poles back in and then redo this belt. So the inputs coming down here. And the output can go here. Into there, that into there, and that into there. So the recipe makes sand. And then the line of sand can go under all this as well. To there. I don't know if the copper and the iron could have been squished down as well to like 2 belts or something, but for now, doesn't really matter. In fact, do we even need the copper? No. There's no copper involved in the concrete or the surface or the warehouses. So, okay. That's the end of the copper as well. So it definitely wasn't 3 belts by this point. But I don't know at what point it became less, so it's irrelevant, really. We can just move them down and pull the last bit into there. Could move the iron over it at this point, but I don't much see the point. This kind of is a bit nice and tidy to do the crushing and the moving of the line at the same time. So we have stone, brick, steel, sand, iron. And we can start making warehouses. So 1 machine making stick, 17 machine making steel beam, 17 making concrete. Do the concrete first, so stick and then 17 concrete. Plain, no, not that one. Plain concrete, there we go. And that last one is stick. The right number? 17, yep, good. So iron in to make stick. Water in for the concrete. Then we need to get all the other pieces in. What is the time? So it's 10 seconds. 10 sand. So sand on its own would be nice. The stick and the brick could be combined. So what if we stick and brick on this side? There's sticks on the outside. So if we bring brick to the inside, let's do it before I forget. And that's iron. There we go. Yep. So they're going into these. Not perfect. The water then blocks the other inputs, which would be the sand, but making the mixed belt on the other side wouldn't be better. Ooh, kind of irrelevant, because we've got the output as well. Okay, so yeah, interesting. Is it fast enough with inserters? Do we need to work out why getting loaders involved? That would be very messy. 2 loaders in, 1 loader out on each machine. Rather avoid it. Done concrete in the past. Where is it? Mixed belt, full belt, long-handled output. Okay. Interesting. Long-handled output will be okay. And then I did it the other way round. The sand on the inside of the mixed belt with the long handles. Which won't make a difference. It's 2 grabs either way on the inside. And with a long handle, 5 grabs for the sand and 4 for the other stuff. So no, it does make sense to have the mixed one on the outside. In which case, I just want to move this all around a little bit. They'll go out 1. That'll come over here. We have been going under there like that, so I think keep that going. Death Pro, thank you very much for subscribing with Prime. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. That's fine for that, and then the sand needs to come in the inside bit somehow. There, I guess. And that can go the whole distance, so very awkward. How am I going to get this under there? Probably not going to. Can do that. Send that under. And then those under as well. Not the end of the world. Kind of spaghetti-fied, but I'll live. Good. Is that configured right? No. Do that, and then copy paste that all the way down. And we'll bring the belts down. Good. Getting somewhere. Need bigger power poles on this side for the outputs. Need more of them. Luckily they're right here. There we go. There, so that's then the output. Probably needs alternating, not sure. Where are we? 0.46, so it doesn't. Okay, it's just half a belt. Interesting, but fine. There it is. And then we've got 17 machines making the beams and 1 making the warehouses, which need the concrete, the beams, and steel plate. Interesting. Does make sense. It'd be nice to have them here, but nowhere near enough space, so they'll have to come 1 over. Sure. That's making plain old warehouse. This is making steel beam. Steel in, beam out, and then join with the other stuff. What's the speed on these? 2 in every 2 seconds, 1 out every 2 seconds, so let's go with all on 1 edge. Save a bit of space for the next thing. Doesn't really matter. Might leave a gap anyway, actually. But still. Input and output like that. It's different down the end there though. To there, fix the missing gaps. We're getting there, bit by bit. Okay, so just need steel input here. Now belt. Let's go get some of that from the new place. Start using the new supply. Don't need a whole bunch, let's just grab it all. Yeah. Okay, get that plugged in. There's the steel beam, there's the concrete, and there's the steel plate, so that can go... How fast is this? 6 seconds. Hundreds of each. Yeah, so we'll use loaders for this. Steel plate, steel beam, and the concrete. And then the output, we'll do a copy of that lot. There we go. Concrete, no water. Of course. Let's get that plugged in. Do we want to run water down here? Probably not. Probably do actually. Yeah, let's... As long as that's not where the lubricant runs. Not that we're using that down here actually, so should be fine. So there, water in, concrete. Good. That makes the warehouses we need. Perfect. Going, let's bring the bus up to the front again. All the remains of the different surfaces that are going to be built around the place, the light one, the dark one, and the hazard looking one. So that's going to be fine. All looks pretty good so far. We got plenty of space to finish that off down the end here, I'm pretty sure. Just before we do tick off these last couple of things in this square, I will take a short break, just 5 minutes to stretch the legs and stuff like that. We have been going 2 hours 40 minutes, a bit over halfway. And then yeah, when I'm back, we'll do this reinforced plate. We're going to run it once, but then split the output at the end into 2 colours. And then that tiny bit of hazard concrete at the end. And then we'll start prepping the next squares, probably the ones to our east for the production buildings, which should need to be moved out of the ones to our west. That'll probably be, you know, we'll get part way through that in this session, and then in the next session and next couple of sessions we'll finish that, and the ones to our west will get converted over into the train stuff and the bot stuff. So we'll have like a block of 6 up here, I think 5 or 6, that are all malls of various types of stuff. It's the general plan, what we're working on. Yeah, like I say, I'll just be 5 minutes to do a few bits and pieces, and when I'm back we'll carry on, so I'll see you shortly. Hello, hello. I am back. Let's get back to this square, get it finished off. So, just double checking warehouses are being made. No. Not enough water for the concrete. Interesting. What am I missing here? There's no water in the pipes. Oh, do we just... Firstly, that's not right. Something else here isn't quite right. Not enough water for all of those, so there isn't enough extra to come down here. Doesn't quite explain it. Something is wrong though. Let me check. Go in here and ask for the water from pumping. It says you need 0.08 of an offshore pump to get it all. So there definitely shouldn't be an issue there. Interesting. Wrong with the pump? It's not working. This water is full. Have I accidentally disconnected something? Maybe. That water is full. Yeah. When I moved the pulverizers, I moved the pipe. And it got disconnected, of course. That should be underneath the pulverizer. Okay. Add some extra pipes in then. And that bit of flooring I accidentally picked up there. Now the water's connected again. It should flow. Kind of. A lot of it is being consumed, I guess. But it is flowing. It might kind of be the limit of that pump, weirdly. Shouldn't be. But okay, it's working again. That's fine. They're now working properly. I've got them finished off. And we're making warehouses. Okay. All good. Let's move on then to plating. So we've got the sand coming in already. We've got sticks, beams and beams to make. Sure, we're making concrete, turning it into refined and then turning that into plate. Each needs a different stage. Might be quite similar to what we've just done then. One machine to stick and 16 making concrete. It's just slightly less than what we've just done. Can I do a nice cheeky copy paste of all this? We'll check the water out first. Not sure if it's enough. Can go there. Just touching though, which I don't like. So I'd rather move it down one. We've got space to play with, I'm pretty sure. A few of the poles need upgrading. Rest should be okay. A couple bits of belt there which we won't need. Did I use all my assembly machines up? Okay. I picked up a few hundred, so that's scary, but sure. We'll need to go get some more. Just, leave them unconnected for now. These bots back inside. There we go. And yeah, pick up some more assembly machine 3s. Up here somewhere. There they are. That'll do for now, I guess. Does mean I want more, so let me grab... Clear some space. Grab what we've made there. And put them all in for upgrading. Interesting. they can get back out. I'm just going to go dump off some more junk stone and stuff into here. Keep a hold of the other plates just in case. Don't really want to be wasting steel anymore if we have a little shortage at the moment. Okay. Get them built in. I reckon we can plug into that water. I think we can. I'm going to risk it. There we go. Iron into here. Is that it? No, because we're making concrete again, so we will need more iron. And then stone brick to here. I mean, the numbers are the same, right? So the number of belts are the same. Don't need to worry about that. And that doesn't go that far, it's right here. There we go. Oh, I've missed one. There we go. No iron, no iron. There's iron. Sand needs plugging in there. Good. The same deal with all that. That's making the concrete involved. So we need to upgrade that concrete into refined concrete, which is 8 machines making iron beam, 12 making refined concrete. Bit longer then. Could it go there? Not really. 8 doing iron beam, then 12 doing refined concrete. Probably flip that over so the water's beneath. Maybe? Yeah, we'll try that. And these iron at the bottom and output at the top. I think. That'll be iron. That'll be iron beam, which is going to go straight into these. One more. There we go. Concrete needs to come in. So what are the numbers here? It's a 15-second craft time, so not actually a big deal, but it would make sense for the iron beam to be further away, actually, and the concrete to be closer. So let's do that. That'll be the iron beam. This is going to be the concrete, just turn it around. Feed the concrete in there. Also needs water. Hopefully that one pipeline is still enough. I'm sure it will be. Let's get plugged into it. Good. What are we missing? The actual iron input, of course. Get that done. Need all them still, yeah. Oh, I need to do that, and then the output, of course. Can't forget that. Get the refined concrete out. Yeah, again, awkward positioning. But okay. The next row is then to convert that up into the reinforced plate. Doesn't need water, just needs refined concrete and steel beams. So 4 machines making steel beams, which can go there. And 2 machines making the plate, which can go there. Kind of. Yeah, good. We'll turn this around. The last stage is very different to the other stages, just a bit weird. We're going to do 1 of each colour. Steel beam, there we go. The 1 of each colour isn't really... We will revisit that idea in a second. It's not really what we want. Do we want to do more? We can't really, not got the resources necessarily. Let's finish this off first and then go through what we're going to do there. Okay. Steel into steel beam making. Which is, yeah, fraction of a belt plus fractions of a belt. So we could combine these. Might move these actually if we're going to do something different. So the issue is each square in our rail grid takes a little under a warehouse of black flooring. Quite a little under, I'd say maybe 2/3 of a warehouse of black flooring and 2 full warehouses of light flooring. So we want at least twice as much light as dark being made, but I've only factored in to have 2 machines. Didn't know when I was doing the plan, you know, what the relationship would be like. So if we wanted like 1 machine doing dark and 2 doing light, that might be the right ratio, but we'd have to increase what we're making here, and I don't think we've necessarily got enough stone or stone brick. We might be able to make it happen, but it's not what we've planned for. So I think we stick with the 2 machines, and we might continue using the crafting combinator like we did before. So both machines make whatever we've got the least of and output into big storage. So we want like 2 warehouses for light and 1 for dark. Do I then also have space? Yeah, just about enough space to make the hazard. Just. Then how would we get them both out and into the same? Need 1 that does filtering. Interesting. I mean, we could mix them within the warehouses, but it would be a bit annoying. So it's interesting. Just control them and tell them to stop at the right time. It won't really matter. 1 could always make light and the other alternates. Like if it's there, that could work. Maybe. Or move these over. Spread the machines out different so they're there and there. I like. Takes up a bit more vertical space than I'd like. Not many options in the space to avoid that. Rotate it. We can have 1 machine there. It's kind of space to do that. There and there. Then the next stuff is going to be here, which may or may not be enough room. Probably will be. Okay. Let's say we do this. We want... I mean, could be loader inputs. Why not? Split this though, that's a little awkward. The last machine's there, so we kind of want to move to the left, but there's no room for that. There's definitely some way of laying these out. Could be there and there. But then getting that one around is going to be awkward. Okay. Oh, and I want 3 warehouses, don't I? There, and... Okay. There. With the machines there and there. Kind of, yeah, it'll work. I mean, it could, yeah, it can output onto the splitter, sure. Why not? Loaders in. Do the same on this side. Them into there. Got enough space for the combinators, probably. Can I... We want the configuration to be different to how it's currently being done, so I might not copy paste that, but we're going to want 2 crafting combinators. Chests behind them are needed. That one there, that one there. I want to... So we've done it 2 different ways before. One is make whatever we've got the least of. The other is, if we need more, give the signal, and then if it's got both signals, it just does the one it's doing until it's not wanted anymore. Which I prefer the first one I described, the one we've done more recently, which is do a calculation on what we've got and tell it which one to make. So if we have a decider, say there, wire that with green into the combinators, and then use a red to look at what we've got into the decider. We need to do an arithmetic first before we do the decider. Can't have it do the math inside itself, so we'll do that there. Remove that connection. Connect that to the back of that one, and then feed it in. Want to... it's not quite it either. Almost though. Want to halve the light flooring and compare it to the dark. And then whichever is bigger, whichever is smaller, make more of. So we kind of want to do that. This different. Disconnect all that. Move the arithmetic to this side. Run those 2 into it, and then that and that one. So those warehouses are not connected to this warehouse. This will take the signal it gets and halve it, divided by 2, and output the signal again. Oh, interesting though. Sure, and then the decider says, well, we need 2 deciders. This one says if the signal for dark plate is less than or equal to the signal for light plate, output dark plate. So if there's less than half dark plate to light plate, it makes dark. But at the moment it's not going to make any light. There's nothing telling it when to make light, which should be all the time. All the time that it's not making dark. So yeah, we need another decider. Yeah. That's green networked into the same network and red the same signals. So we just feed that to there, yep, yep. And it will do essentially the opposite. If the light is less than or equal to the dark, make light. Just need to know what it does if they're the same, like exactly the same. And that combinator needs to move. Let's put it back here, I guess. Sure. That'll work. And put that instead of there. So this is for light. This is for dark. So the signal is now interesting. Yeah, saying make light, so it's making light, of course. And when it's made 168 light, it should swap back. Maybe. We'll see. It hasn't switched back yet, and it's made more, so it is doing the math right. The arithmetic part of the situation. So there it's gone over, so it should switch. There we go. It switched. It just finished the cycle it was doing and then switched. So yeah, it's balancing it right. Yeah, if it's got exactly the same number, what does it do? It would give both signals, because it would be equal to. So it would give both signals, and then the machines would just make one or the other, whichever signal they got most recently, which is fine. Until the point where they can't, I guess. Yeah, which is fine. Good. In order to facilitate this, we do need to move what's put into this warehouse over to the right-hand warehouse as well. Still factored in exactly the same way. It just means we've got the space to store 2 warehouses full of light for every 1 of dark, which is roughly the right ratio for what we need for 1 square of our grid, and we need a few squares, so this is going to need to run a lot. Worth a quick check to see if it is running okay. Shortage of steel is going to be affecting it. Okay. They're all fed fine. Outputs here are not ideal. That's not really affecting the inputs. So seems fine. Yeah, that's all good, I think. Just the shortage of steel it needs fixing, I guess. Oh dear. Good. So that's the surfacing being made. The plate for the floors. Just need the last element of the mall in N52 and 51. That's the hazard concrete. Tiny little bit of it needed, but 1 machine's worth of concrete will do the job for us. And it's just, yeah, 3 machines are needed here. Plenty of space for that. Iron stick into concrete, and then into hazard concrete. We want to feed that one directly. Probably, yeah. Move them over. Yeah. So that can be fed direct. Should be better with the stack inserter. Machine to machine should be quicker than grabbing off a belt. Iron in, stick out, stick in. Water is needed, so get that brought down here too. If there's any left in the pipes, yeah, it's fine. Stone, brick and sand. Iron to there. And this will be the last of it, so might as well end that one there, turn it into 1. Not like that though. Like that. Learn the lesson from before. Plug that into there. That's iron. Stone, brick and sand. Just going to terminate here on it. So that means steel is done there. Stone, brick, sand will be done here. Perfect. You're good. And then very slowly that'll convert it. So every 10 seconds it makes 10. Oh, 10 has a concrete. Interesting. So why does this say we need 0.03 machines for every 1 machine of concrete? It's a 1-to-1 ratio. Oh, because the speed of the second machine is so much faster. It's a quarter of a second to do it. Yeah, fine. Does make sense. Let's put them in there. Get our lighting so we can see where we collect things from. This one, it's a bit obvious, but we'll do it anyway. And then that one. And yeah, we will eventually, I think, get robots just to take stuff to a corner or something, a consistent location to pick things up from some point in the future. Good. Oh, that's square done. That's N51. Everything plugged in, everything working. Just a few shortages. Steel. Something wrong with the sand as well. But okay, everything's working. You know, functional. Sand is just being used, I guess. It's supposed to be being used here. Perfect, you know, that's what it's there for, to be turned into stuff. Great. Might be some issues here and there. We can pick up on them as we fly over and stuff like that, but essentially that's that section of them all moved over. Then 52 and 51 done. And looking pretty and big, definitely, but very cool. Okay, good. Good progress on our path to a better setup here, better foundation for moving forward in the future. So next up is, I guess it's going to be 052 that we start doing it in. And then maybe this one will also expand into the one below, or maybe not. We'll see, but we'll start in 052 just in case. Start the plan for that. And this is going to be things from this page, like lots of things from the production buildings page. All the kind of stuff that we use, including, you know, like the electric boiler and stuff that we haven't done so far, but we do actually use quite a lot. But first, 052 needs a bit of prep work. We need a bunch of landfill. It's 36 million iron ore there. And we're about to need some, so am I actually going to change my mind and not use 052? I don't think so. I think we're just going to build over that and we'll find another iron supply. Interesting thought though, if we're about to empty out whatever this square is, L51, we'll need to move steel production somewhere else. 36 million isn't a lot, but it is enough to be worth getting actually. Yeah, I think we're going to mine that instead. Okay, change your plan then. 051. and it's going to have to fit in one square, or you know, we'll just move it somewhere else, adjust numbers or whatever. But it's going to have to fit there. We'll see. We can make it now that we know how many units and lines fit in each of these squares. We can make an educated guess on whether stuff will fit or not. But yeah, I want to mine up that iron ore instead. Still, we need to come landfill that anyway, so let's do that first and foremost. We'll do a bunch of landfilling. Let's clear out my inventory of stuff. I'm making everything now, but it still feels wasteful to throw all that in the bin. So I'm not going to throw it all in the bin. In fact, very little of it. Combinators can go. A couple pulverizers can go. Crushers can be kept safe in here for now. Greenhouses can go. Chemical plants can go. Iron and copper can, but not the steel for now. Lamps, will make new ones. Everything else, these are cheap. We'll remake them. This is all cheap. Fine. Other than that, I think I'm going to keep all that. So we'll just dump a bunch of that into there, and then we'll use that space for landfill. Might take a couple extra trips. Oh well, no big deal. It is a long flight. This is a long way away from where we're going to be working, but still. Yeah. What's that train doing? What is that train doing? Unloading? Loading? Cargo of... Oh, it's waiting to load steel? That can't be right. It's in the wrong place. Oh, 49 west. Cargo... Oh, it's... Interesting. It's waiting to time out before it moves on is what is happening, but... It's empty, it should have moved on. It's not part of its conditions, only if it's got some left and there's inactivity it'll move on, or if it's been here for 2 minutes. That's kind of the wrong way around. This is a requester, yeah, but it's behaving like it's a provider. Don't know, the steel shortage is making it behave weird, I guess. Something's not right there. Not enough that I'm going to concern myself with it right now, but bit weird. Landfill will do pretty good. See how far we get. I'll do more of the cosmetic stuff between sessions again, so we'll start preparing and building in this square now, and then I'll put the surface down and everything like that between sessions, and landfill the other squares around the place. We'll just landfill in the one we're going to be working in now and clear the space we are directly working in. So this bit needs filling in, which we'll definitely have enough for, I'm sure. There we go, good. More than enough for, yeah. So let's use the extra landfill I've got to just start filling this one in as well. Although we're gonna take some time before we're actually here and start mining more, I guess. Well, not that long, but finish off them all first. A couple of sessions still, a couple of streams, and then we can look at it. It's a want to overhaul the way we do everything, I guess. So we wouldn't do steel in the same square we mine up iron. We'd just do iron smelting. Which has me thinking, how do we How do we make steel? Steel ingot. It's molten iron plus coke. Okay, that changes things. We will make steel where we mine up the iron ore. Because you can't melt the plate or the ingot back to molten iron. And we're not shipping molten iron around the place. Interesting one. We probably won't make the coke in the same square. We'll make that somewhere else and ship it in. But yeah, we'll have to make steel in a square where we're mining up iron. Interesting. We're going to need more iron squares. We can't even see any at the moment, so we're going to have to expand quite a bit. All the more reason not to build over this one. But fine, we've used up all our landfills, so that's that done. Good. There's actually getting the warnings now from LTM. There's no steel available. Uh-oh. Worrying. But okay, we'll deal with that in time. We can at least lay things out. It does mean what we're laying out now, we're probably not going to make some of it because we don't have the steel to do so, but we can at least lay it out and get it ready. We're going to build over mineral water, which I don't care about. That's fine. Everything else is good. Okay, so yeah, we can start building here, or planning first and then building here. So, what do we need? Only things we can actually make and use. So, yes, electric boilers are needed. What is the number? Impossible to tell now, I think. Or it's going to be different for different things. That's 25. I don't think that's going to be the same for everyone. But okay, electric boiler, yes. Gas power stations, yes. No, that's 7.5. That's what the loaders were, so I guess that's the number now. 7.5 per minute. Slower than what we were doing, right? If they're even here. Gas power, no, 4.5 we were doing. Okay, so it will speed up if we do a machine of each. We might do less than that, I guess, some of these things. We don't need them rapidly, we just need to build up a big stock of them. These things we don't actually have. Nuclear reactors. I'm not sure if we're going to use them big time. I think when we go to other planets, we're probably going to stay with the biomethanol production, as it's so self-contained. We might do some nuclear power here on the starting planet, but probably not like repeatedly. And I'm not sure. Not sure. For now, we'll skip it. We can do a nuclear stuff production square if we need to. So yeah, turbines and heat exchangers on the same logic. So just those needed for that. Okay. Solar panels, I would actually kind of like to make some. When we go to other planets, we want to kickstart our power with a chunk of solar. So I think solar, yes. And therefore accumulators, yes. It's kind of the power stuff. Then we've got mining drills now. I think we've unlocked the big mining drill, but I don't want it. Not sure if we have, actually. Oh, we have. Yeah. I've actually seen it. It's probably worth me making one to show you why I don't want it. Just so we can talk about that. And, you know, if my assumptions and calculations are wrong, people can point it out for me. If I get some of the Mark II drills we've got, and then big electric motors and processing units are here. Big electric motor. Some processing units. Can I make one? That's enough. We just need something that mines that we can build on top of. So the big mining drill is actually bigger. Unlike the Mark II, and later there's an electric mining drill Mark III, which is the same as like the Mark II, but faster. Whereas the big one is different, so if we had poles, we're going to have to work with ghosts. The big mining drill is bigger. It fits with one gap between the poles, how I usually have poles, whereas your electric mining drill we fit two. How we usually lay things out. It's also bigger up and down as well, so the next row over. Could have done this with ghosts actually. Sorry, not like that. There and there. The next row over doesn't quite align all nice and pretty like I'm used to. The rows will be different. And this is very much to do with where I put the power poles. If we use medium power poles instead, is there any difference? Not sure now. Not really. You fit 3. So you still can't fit the second one in the gap. So you'd have to have the power poles, you know, different. You'd build, I don't know how, around them and then spread them out or something. Or, of course, use substations and get more coverage. The main point for me is, so in the space that like this one drill is covering, roughly we would have 4 of the Mark II drills. In, you know, in rough terms of how much space it takes up and what resources it covers. So the big mining drill is mining 1 ore per second from within that area. 4 Mark II drills are mining 3 per second, so 3 times as fast. It just, the Mark II seems better. I can't quite picture a situation where the big mining drill is what you want. I'm sure there are situations, like it exists for a reason, but not for me. We will stick with Mining Drill Mark II for now and then Mark III in the future. That makes more sense to me. Let's get rid of all these. And all that, yeah. Good. Head back over. So yeah, we'll stick with Mark IIs, which would be 15. Okay. For now. Oops. Okay. Next, so that's mining drill. From there, mineral water pump jack and oil pump jack. Interesting one. I mean, yes, really. We're making oil pump jacks at the moment. Like we need them. And it's always like, well, we could just handcraft it when we need it, but I kind of want to set up a mall of everything, really. I'm not sure if it'll fit in this square, so we may pull these back later, but offshore pump, mineral pump jack. We've only like so little lithium at the moment. I assume we'll need more in the future. It'll become relevant again. Where are we? Stats. 150 a minute. That's massively overkill. We'll wind it back later. It's fine. Just get them all at 1 for now, and then we can play with it later. After we've got everything together. Don't need core mining drill. Not planning on doing it. At least not for a while. We do need industrial furnace. We're currently making electric, but I think we've got industrial available. Let's check that. We do. And we're capable of making them with the resources we've got. It's fine. They are also bigger, but that doesn't matter as much because they're not trying to fit within the grid on the resource square. We've got more space to build in, so that's fine that they're bigger. And they're twice as fast as the other ones, so that's worth it for the space they take up. And I'm pretty sure you need them for pyroflux anyway. The other one can't take the liquid in. It's a different number for other things. 10.5? No. 10 3/4 per minute? 10 3/4 per minute. Sure. Casting machines we're going to need. For making the ingots. Thermodynamics is not a down here thing. Greenhouses we are going to need to make wood. always. Biolabs, not had any use for them yet. Not sure if they're used in peaceful mode, which is like what we're in, so I'm not sure. We'll leave it until we actually have a need for it. Crushers, we didn't do last time, and I wish we had, because they're the only one that voids items, so we want crushers. Electrolysis. We want filtration, though we're not really done any, but we might need to. It's an interesting one, actually. Not sure about filtration. Condensers we have used. This is definitely not going to fit here. Flare stacks we have. We need. Fuel refineries, definitely. But yeah, I think we'll have to divide this into different things. Different groups. These we don't have yet. Recycling facilities are... we're not... Oh, we are going to use them. Yeah, we are, to turn barrels back into steel, so we're actually going to want them now. That's all good, and then pulverizers are better than crushers at making sand. One specific use case. That's fine, make some of them. We've got assembly machine 3 available to us, that's the one we want. Space assembly machines we're going to make in space, so our orbital station is going to get changed, not anytime soon, but as part of the ongoing plan, get changed around so things are actually like, there's a bus making a mall of items in orbit that are the things needed in orbit. Okay, that's good. So oil refineries are needed. Is this a 10.75 one? No. It's a 9.5? No. 9 1/3 oil refineries per minute. Chemical plants we need, definitely. Good. Advanced chemical plant? Don't think so. Fuel processor, no. Life support, not down here. Biochem, decontam, they're up in space things. Centrifuges we need. Not just for... well, for uranium processing and vulcanite processing. What's the number going to be here? 20? A little less. 19.5? A little less. 18 2/3 per minute. Love it. Radiation, no, none of these. Not down here, like, you know, plasma generators, we're using them up in orbit. We'll make them up in orbit if we can. Not using beacons yet, which is an interesting one actually. Like, modules could really change things for us if we started making them. Would probably be a good idea, but yeah, I'm not going to. I think that's it. So anyone that's still a question mark for me is nuclear reactors. I kind of think like we should add them in, as we're going to be doing nuclear power. Maybe we split it out. Power related buildings in a different square, and we could have nuclear reactors there along with the boilers, the power stations, the fuel refineries. But they're not, fuel refineries aren't just used for power. Interesting. There's nothing else I don't think that needs adding. Nothing from here. We could do bots in this same space, but I think we'll do train stuff in a different square and then bots on their own. They might need a lot of space if we're going to make like a storage warehouse and provider warehouses. That's going to take a lot of room for setting up a mall of them. The chests less so we probably will stick with chest-sized things, but I think that's the list for now. Just need to think about all of this. Could explode them all out and see the total number of buildings and see how it goes, but I can kind of, like, my gut tells me this is just too many things to fit in one square. We need to cut it down. So I do think... Oh. Pipe and underground pipe. We didn't do them. And storage tanks and pumps. Okay, so that's something to be split off as well. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Could do similar to what we did before. Things relating to chemicals and liquids different. So we'd keep not a lot. The drill, furnace, casting machine, greenhouse, crusher, recycling pulverizer, assembly machine, centrifuge. It's roughly half. We could try that, and then everything liquid related in a different square. So biomethanol power production would go in a different square, solar would stay here, nuclear would come here. Let's try that then. So electric boiler out, gas power station out, pumps, pump jacks, electrolysis, filtration, condenser, flare stack, and refinery. And refinery, chemical plant, keep the centrifuge, add in nuclear reactor, heat pipe, heat exchanger, and steam turbine, I think. Don't really know how to do nuclear power, never done it before, so I think those are the items involved, but I'm not 100% sure. We should clear all this out and start again. So that's 12 a minute, that's too many. 12 machines, sorry. Little less than that. No. No. 0.65? No. 0.63? No. What is it? 0.61? It's too little, so it's 0.62. Still too little. 0.6222. Yeah, how weird. 0.622 items per minute is one machine. Fine. Just a weird number. And that's plenty anyway, really. We won't use that many. Heat pipe, a little less than that. Not that little. It's weird numbers. 62.5, yeah, per minute. How weird. What is heat pipe production speed then? 1 second. We do it in 1.25 speed, okay. Yeah, it makes it a weird number. 62.5 a minute. Heat exchangers more than that. 25, shortening. Turbines is 7.5. Okay. What do we think? Is all that going to fit in one square? Kind of think it will. It's not much that's too complicated here. Centrifuge is pretty expensive, both big electric and processing units. Let's take a look at that. That's a lot of machines, but we can cut it back. We don't need to be making 18.6 per minute. That's pretty fast. We might want to make a lot, but we don't need to make them quickly necessarily. I can run the factory off stream to fill up our storage. It's not a big deal. You know, just the playtime will still be accurate for how long did it all take. Could halve it. Half a machine would be more achievable, I think, from those numbers. Explode that out a little bit to see the numbers a bit further, maybe. See all these bits and pieces. Those are the main ones that add machinery. So that's, there we go. 130 and a bit, maybe 150 machines for that. This is very small numbers. Very small numbers. Very small. This could be something. Doesn't really look like it. No, tiny numbers. Okay, that's nothing to worry about then. These are all pretty small. I mean, so small that it's kind of worth combining stuff. Don't know. Electronic circuits at 60 a minute. Is, yeah, half a machine. It's very little. But okay, fine. Don't mind. We'll try and squish it down. Might cause significant spaghetti, but I'll live with it. I think it's unavoidable in some situations, especially in mod like this. Ooh. Combining all the concrete together really could be worthwhile. See about that. Assembly machine 3. Not bad. Not at all. That doesn't really concern me either. It's only really the centrifuge that looks like it's going to take a lot. Reactors. Even them, not a lot at all. You know, it's a tiny amount that we're making, but it's a tiny amount that we need, so fine. Ooh, that's very annoying. Come back to that thought in 1 second. These, yeah, nothing. I think this can all fit in 1 square. I do. The annoying thing is that heat pipe needs quartz. That's not something that we've made available on the network because you cook it to make silicon. So we make silicon, we don't make quartz. So the question is, do we start making quartz onto the rail network? Or do we make it locally using 5 filtration plants here in the square? Just deliver in the stone and make the quartz specifically here. I guess the answer to that depends on what else are we going to get surprised with later that needs quartz directly. So heat pipe, laser turrets, delivering quartz, silicon, more silicon, turned into matter, nothing else. So we'll do it locally. There's no reason to put it onto the rail network just for one specific use. It's only used for heat pipe, so I don't think we're going to make heat pipe anywhere else either, unless it is heat pipe an ingredient in many things later. Nuclear reactors and voiding, so no. This is it. So that, yeah, we'll make it locally then. That makes a lot of sense. Good. It's a plan. Here is 051. Just going to move that down 1. Keep it to remind me. That's why it's there. Okay, 051 is... I'm pretty sure that's all going to fit. I'm confident in it. So let's... we need to explode it out to see what the total ingredients are going to be. Every individual bit needs to be exploded out to see how we're going to deliver things, if we even can. So glass, silicon, steel are delivered. This is made from these two. That's that. 4 machines in total to make 7.5 solar panels a minute. Do we want to increase that? I think we do. 15 a minute would be fine with me. We don't need like tons, and I'm not... These starter ones are pretty ineffective, so I don't want tons of them. But still, we might as well if the production chain is that small. Here as well, yeah, definitely. What is the typical? It's roughly the same number. So yeah, we'll go with that. That's better. It's going to take up very little space, which is good. Good thing. This needs those from those, and then break those out. That type of gear wheel, that type of gear wheel, and cable. Looks fine. That's all delivered. Just 9 machines to make them. Yeah, good. Industrial furnace is a more complicated one, I hope. Or expect, I mean. Stone furnace plus brick and steel is simple. Then heat shielding on both, which needs stone tablets, which we're going to need more of, so let's not pop that yet. and sulfur. Blue circuits, which need red circuits, which need green, and electronic components, which need cable and stone tablets. There's the combined. Concrete, sticks, and sand. Seems fine. The red ones are... no, sulfuric acid, sorry. The red ones are all things we have on the train network. So that's 41 machines to make that. Pretty small still. Not tiny, but pretty small. Not bad going. Casting machine. Okay. Oh, yeah, heat shielding. Concrete, let's just move that one up and then do electronic circuit, combine the tablets, copper cable, iron sticks, sand. Sharing some pulverizers might be a good idea here as well. Or seeing if we're using stone at all. I do kind of like that idea. If we're having stone delivered but we're not actually using the stone, it's crushing it to sand right away and bussing the sand along, depending on how much space that takes up. Okay, that's all good. Casting machine is just 12 machines. If we can go down and up again, everything will squeeze in pretty tight. It could be good. Greenhouse making iron beams, automation cores with sticks and wheels, and wood. It's 15 without the sand, which simplifies it a bit if we're not belting the sand down, which would be my assumption. I'll go with that. 15's space, but not terrible. I mean, the alternative is add the sand and it's 4, which is still space. 4 with a pulverizer especially. We'll leave it like that for now. If we can combine that pulverizer with something, it's probably worth it in reality. Crusher is similar bits and pieces, and very few of them. 7 machines, 11 machines there, 7 there, not bad. Recycling facility, bit more complicated. So concrete, heat shielding, motors and circuits, and then circuits, components and cable. Not yet. Little motor, then cable, tablet, gear wheel, stick, sand. Lots of elements to that. Juggling them around, getting them lined up nicely could be quite difficult, but there we go. 46 machines. Could be a problem, that one. We'll see. For the pulverizer, a bit simpler. Stick and pipe, bit of sand to make the concrete. Yeah, that's simpler. 5 machines to make them. Nice. These are not... oops. These are not fully exploded. They need doing. So that machine, that machine, that machine. Concrete. Big motor, little motor. Red circuit, green circuit. Still not seeing like crazy numbers. 18 making copper cables, not, you know, we've had bigger. Missed that though. Okay. Fine. Gear wheel, stick, sand, steel gear wheel. Missed that. Needed right at the end. So yeah, another more complicated chain. I mean, it is assembly machine 3. You'd expect it to be quite complicated. Where's that gone to? Is that exploded yet? Looks good. Other than needing steel we don't have. 71, so that's a big one. And a complicated one, but okay. Centrifuge. Concrete, big motor. little motor, blue unit, red unit, green units. Combine the tablets, not yet. Heat shielding, then combine the tablets. Copper cable, gear wheel and stick, sulfuric acid, and sand. Is that fully exploded? Looks like it. Looks good. I mean, lubricant as well, but we'll leave it like that rather than barrels at the moment. We will need lubricant though. Interesting. Okay. Reactors, which has combined the heat pipes already. Yes, don't want that. So going to remove that and then pop them into here. We could combine the heat pipes we want as heat pipes with the heat pipes needed to do this. That wouldn't be terrible, but for the initial plan, we'll not. Not too complicated on the different elements. Other than, yeah, making the quartz. Concrete needs sand as well, so that's not bad. There's two things there that need the sand. Just one filtration to make the quartz for this. Just those components, that's fine. Reorganise things as we actually come to work on them. Not bad going. Missed sulfuric acid, there we go. And that is more like it, okay. So now I want to add heat pipes just for heat pipes. Put them in here. .73 of a machine and 3.65 of a machine. It wouldn't really matter combining them or not. Combining the pulverizer maybe would help. So yeah, could be good. Copper, steel and pipe. Okay, that's a pretty simple one then. 3 machines to make them. Oh, hardly worth doing. But okay. Turbines made from engines. Interesting. Small electric motor. Combine the gear wheels. Cable and a bit of pipe. Interesting. Cool. 10 machines to do that. 10 for 20. 86. Now I need a calculator. 252. 325. 328. .404. That's 41. Number's getting pretty big. 468 machines needed to do the whole square, and here, so loader was 295, and then belt and splitter, so that was 144 fewer machines in N52, which I think had more machines than here. What's that, 84 plus, well, maybe not. Close call. It seems just a few too many. So as long as we prioritise the sequence that we do things in, we can take a guess at whether we'll have space at the end. Yeah, but if we're planning on breaking down a certain number of iron ingots, then I don't want to change that number at the end, so just have to build it tighter. You know, there's space here for another 100 odd machines. It's just not in the right place. So we just have to do things a bit differently, perhaps, or we'll see. Compare as we go. And if it's a complete disaster, then whatever, it just becomes less organised, is all. You know, a bit of a mess rather than extremely helpful or whatever. It's not a big deal, not at all. Okay, everything is exploded out. Our total ingredients is just showing things that we can deliver here. No, the copper cable is still there. Okay. Where have I missed a copper cable? A very small amount of copper cable. There we go. Extra machine there. So yeah, glass, silicon, steel, copper, stone, iron. Yep. That can all be delivered. That's a lot of steel. Okay. Not a huge amount, but more than we've got. A lot more copper needed than iron, which is interesting. Could be good. We want to, so having exploded it all out, we then click on this and say we're going to make it from ingot. We're not literally going to do it, but we need to plan the machines in to do so. Same with iron from ingot and steel from ingot. There we go. So we're going to need another whole bunch of machines up the top to do that splitting. It's a bit of a shame, really. We only needed 2 belts of iron plate, but iron plate's not going to be available in the future. Only ingots will be. Okay. It's a plan. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 things to deliver, which is good. 2 5s and lubricant on its own. That's what we did in N52. 5 things here, 5 things here, and lubricant delivered on its own, and then barrels taken away. Good. And that's, I mean, that's what we want to do here. We don't need anything else. We don't need to collect anything else. It's not supplying anything to be taken away. Okay. So we're going to need 3 inbound stations and 1 outbound station, and we'll do it the same as we have here. The southern one will be the outbound, unless... Yeah, we'll do it in the same. We could put the north so that the 2 steel barrels are in the same area, but I don't think that really helps. That's the way we could get some steel pretty quick. Set up some temporary recycling. No big deal. Let's get the stations built in at least. We should have time in today's session to get the stations into location. And then, next session, like I say, between sessions, I'll do the cosmetic stuff to this square that we're working in, and maybe a couple of others, get them ready ahead of time. And then we'll work our way through the plan again. It'll take a couple of sessions to get through all this plan, and then we'll be making all those bits and pieces. So I need warehouses and loaders. Warehouses are here. Don't have the steel for them. Okay. Then loaders are the big one here, which is full. Very nice. Should do for this square. Okay, warehouse first. And this is unloading stuff. And 5 things are coming out. And they are... How do we want to balance this? I kind of need to see these as well. So the 6 copper... I wonder if we can combine again. Because we combined glass and plastic onto the same belt, because they were always used together. I don't think that's going to be the case this time. I think we're going to use some glass on its own, like as glass, in, I don't know where, greenhouse, I guess. Greenhouse, yeah, it takes glass. Is anything taking just plastic on its own? Don't think so, and not just silicon. So we can combine them, plastic and silicon instead, and glass can be on its own. Okay. So we'll do that where we do copper. It'll be copper, plastic and silicon. And then stone, brick and sulfur need to be on the other one. To try and spread the number of belts out. No, don't have to, but actually don't really need to. Would be interesting to put all of the smallest ones on the side so that the bus starts further left. Might not be much further left, but we could try that. Just out of interest maybe. So we'll put all the smallest ones. So the combined belt, plastic, silicon, then let's have glass, rare metal, plastic, silicon, glass, rare metal, one other, stone, I guess. Let's do that one last. That'll be stone. Then yeah, here plastic, silicon. Actually going to combine glass. Probably check that harder just in case I've missed something plastic or silicon based and we end up with a disaster later when we need just one. It wouldn't be that hard to split it later. I should just double check. I think it won't work. No. Yeah, that's fine. Half a belt and half a belt. Yeah, that's fine. Need less than half a belt of that and less than half a belt of that, so we can combine them, definitely. So can rare metals. Yeah, we'll see about this. This might let us start further over to the left, which makes more room on the right-hand side for the buildings we need to fit in. Could be okay. One, two, three, four. Okay, there's that station. Just gonna clear these trees out of the way. The rest of this built in. Need some medium electric poles, actually. Missed that. I can fix that later. Or next thing we do, we can bring them over. Okay, let's head to the northern one then. A bit too far. Here we go. Clear some of these dead trees out of the way. Rocks and stuff. Okay. Also unloading with the loaders. And another 5 things coming out here. But the ones that are going to change, I guess I want on the outside. It doesn't really matter, we're going to have to squish them down whatever we do. But let's say copper on the right. And then iron, steel, stone brick, and can't remember. Sulfur. There we go. There's them. Make sure that's in the clear. I'll clear out all of the debris when I do the cosmetic work. But for now, that's all good. Down here, more of a mess. Clear a whole bunch of this out. If these are in the way or not, but let's clear them out of the way anyway, just in case. And then start building this one, which is just lubricant. In fact, it's this. How similar to that is it? This is 14,000 lubricant, so a lot less. It's one machine instead of two. Still, concept's the same, just one less machine there. So why don't I copy this whole lot to there and all that? Don't need all that, do we? Some of that? Yeah, and I'll remove some of it. That goes there. Some of the poles need changing. How do you do that in a bit? And yeah, we'll bring poles over to finish it off. Don't need the pipe putting in yet. Work out where that goes in a bit. And we'll probably just have one tank which can sit there. So we won't need the bigger pole there, that will do that. Although, if it's just one, we kind of want the pipe to be different. Different, yeah. I would like it to be different. Maybe there. And this will load her into that edge somehow, maybe? Or how about there? That'll be better. Unbarreling lubricant. Move that to there. That'll feed into that, and then it's out the other side, but how about out that side and then down towards the other station there, which again we can deal with in a minute. I can remove them poles then, and the pipe will just run up there. Not ideal, rather as a little further from the pole, but that's fine. That's fine. We'll deal with that in a bit as well. That's that station. Head down to the south and put that station into place, which is going to be another simple one, but an outbound one, not an inbound one. Something's gone wrong with the signals here. There's a bunch of signals in the station. They shouldn't be there. I mean, they can be. They serve the same purpose as they would elsewhere, but we haven't done that in general, so I've removed them. And then one in there. In fact, it's the same as this station. Why don't I simplify this as well? There we go. We will ultimately want extra poles out here. Big difference between running around out here on the sand and running around in the prepared squares with the flooring down. Flooring is nice and fast. Okay, there's that ready, and then we will join this up by taking it to the right. So let's get the stuff ready to do that, I guess. We've put all the stations into place. Let's get a bunch of power poles. Clear out some of the rubbish. Get a bunch of power poles. And don't know what else. Do kind of need a bit more rocket fuel. Is there any... It's none being used anywhere, so I'd need to go down here. Yeah, all the way down there. Yeah, it's worth getting it before I run out, rather than running out and having to walk there. Or take a train, which is actually faster than flying if you're going in a straight line. But this is simpler. Let's just come down and grab a bunk. That'll keep us going for a while. And then, yeah, power poles and belt, which I've got. It's kind of all I need, I think. more splitters and undergrounds, and we can do the actual balancing of the outputs, or the joining of it, I mean. Good idea. So what have we got? Power poles here, a few medium ones. Whole bunch of little ones, just in case. And then... harder to tell in the daytime, but there's the light. Bunch more underground. Bunch more splitters. All good. Head back to the square and get working on it. Starting the south one, the easy one. Take this all the way to the right. Clear out the rubbish on the way. Be a bit fiddly grabbing all those bits from... It's easier to clear the square out before you start because you can just mark the whole square at once. No big deal though, we'll sort it out. I think there might be a console command. We just need to look it up, I guess. Just removes all trees and rocks within a certain radius. I found one that removes you know, like iron and copper patches off the floor, which help me tidy things up a bit. Probably one for trees and rocks as well, which we could clear the entire map for all I care. Not providing any resources we need at this point, as far as I know. And there we go, joined them up, so the empty barrels will be taken away. Oh, didn't bring piping and stuff, should have done that, never mind. Need to upgrade these poles. Should have done that at the other station as well, not strictly necessary, but would like to. There we go, there's them. We know we're going to need an extra pole there as well, and the constant combinator. Let's go get some pipe stuff and some constant combinators. We've got just enough space in our inventory for what we need, I reckon. Grab them from the old mall. So yeah, stack of tanks, a whole bunch of underground ones and a little bit of above ground ones. Pumps we did before, so yes, let's. And then I've forgotten the other thing I needed already. Was just talking about it. This is all the pipe work and stuff for there. For down here, just needed to do the poles. Cannot remember. Oh well. We'll remember when I get back and then have to fly back over. No big deal. Let's head to the south one first to get those poles done. Just to be consistent everywhere. Oh, constant combinator. There we go. Remembered. Let's go get them now. I don't think I'm going to wire them in and configure them yet. Oh, I could do. Why not? Why not? We'll do it. While we're here, while we're doing it. Where are they? There they are. Good, good, good. Right. Combinator there. Red wires are already in place, so just join them there, then green wire. And we can configure this as the provider of empty barrels. That's the provider, there we go. That is all joined up, so that's fine. That's set, get that put in. But I will put a pump there, power it, and then go under, which will move where those go. We'll deal with that in a second. The other wiring here needs doing. That's not right, is it? So it should be that to there. Let's turn the Alt interface off to see everything. So the green is feeding in and the red is feeding in. I think that's fine. And then the green needs to actually put the combinator in place. Green there and red there. This is same deal. And then Sting. How many? I can never remember the numbers off the top of my head. I'm staring at the wrong station there. 1600 barrels of lubricant. There we go. And then yeah, we want to bring that northbound and then over, but we don't know where over. Let's leave it down there for now in the tank, and we'll connect that up and round after we've connected everything else up and round and things like that. Oh yeah, actually thinking about it, we may have made it so we start further left by squishing things in that station, but we've made it so we start further south by pushing everything into this station. Oh well. That needs its poles upgrading. Then we need all the gubbins putting in. Copy that much. And then we need a different number of outputs is the issue, isn't it? We need 52222. So that's can't quite copy everything there. I'm not sure I've got enough combinators. Might do. Did make a whole bunch more than I needed for some reason. Okay, so let's change these. That is stone brick. Here somewhere. There we go. So that is stone brick as well. That is steel. That is iron. Iron, steel, brick, sulfur. Copy that down. Why don't I... green from there to there to there. Then they're connected and the reds are connected all the way over. Fine, so I just want to copy all of that. Paste it over each of these. I'll do the settings and the green wire. And they're not joined, so that's all good. Perfect. We're going to need more power poles to cover where everything's getting merged. Good. Then double check what everything's turning into. So yes, 2 sulfur, 2 stone brick, 2 iron, 2 steel, 7 copper, because it's 6 0.034, so that means we need a little bit more than 6. In practice we probably won't, but in reality, in theory, we want the 7th. Okay. Is that all that's coming off here? So 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 7. Okay. So do we just double check? Do we leave a gap? Yes. And the first one is there. The next one is there. And there. Oh, that's going to be 2, isn't it? So that's not right. That's going to be there. There. Next one would be there, so we'll just move it back 1. And then that's where the outside one starts. Yeah, this is going to push us quite far south. We'll waste a bit of space on the top right here. Might have been an idea to deliver the stone in there and turn it all into sand up there. Don't know. I could deliver stone here. Okay, I'm pretty sure we're not using stone anywhere other than turning it into sand. There is a way of checking, I guess. We remove all of the sand lines. From the planner. Is quite a lot actually. Okay. Fine, and then we do it all at once up here. 4 pulverizers. Half a belt of stone would be turned into 2 belts of sand, which I don't actually want to do. If it was 1 belt, I would do it. It's 1.135 is just a little bit too much, I guess. If we can combine it in some areas, it could be worthwhile. Don't know. Maybe we do it. I do, yeah. I do kind of like the idea of doing it. So let's. But it's not necessary to do it up here or to do it in the top right. It's not going to take that much space. The stone can be unloaded here on the left. As the last one, I guess. Maybe as the first one. And then we do it in the corner at the top. Probably. Not sure, but yeah, I think I'll swip them around and then do it in the top left. And this space on the top right is just going to be empty. It is what it is. Unless we can do something clever there. I doubt. I mean, we can take the bus down, turn it around and send it back up and use that space. All being well. We'll see how it goes. Not terribly important, really. Each of them has 2. Yeah. And it needs to be 2 the whole way along. They are there, yeah, which doesn't work. Move that one back. Sure. Those 2, that goes under. That comes under to here. Which can go back 1. Sure. That goes under to there. That goes under to there. It'll be like that. Okay. Might want like priority left on all of these to make space for new joining ones. It's an idea. Maybe. This one goes under there. Under to there. And this one is even bigger. That'll be there, and at this point we would have 7 lines running. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and another one. And this would also have all 7, and then the one before would be a little bit less, and so on, I think. Yeah, all good. Looks fine. I just need to, yeah, like copy paste it back. Not sure how easy that's going to go. See a few bits of belt there. Let's join all that. This lot in there. Those bits were missing. Okay. Seems fine. Why don't we put the missing belt all the way up to that gap, I think is, yeah, because for example that needs moving. I guess it's going to need moving every time. It's going to be consistent like that all the way along, probably. Okay, so from there to, nope, got that wrong. One less. There to there. Should paste in all the way along. Apparently not. We'll see what's gone wrong there. Start at this end where everything's easy and simple and is looking fine. It's 2 the whole way along, they're pushing the whole way along. Just at this one at the end, that's unnecessary. That just joins there. The first, or the, you know, the last, the first line gets pushed out to the outside, and the next line joins, and then the inside is pushed out to whatever space is available on the outside, and so on, all the way along. That's fine. This is missing a few little bits of belt, and this bit down the end, same deal. That just joins there, and that starts splitting out there, and that doesn't need to go under. Same deal here. Same deal here. And here. Yeah, with a lot more of this not being needed. So that up to that one is needed. Pushes it out before the next one joins. Then we get to here, and we do the same again and create a new line. Same there. Get to there, push out and start a new line. Missing one here. How has that happened? Just didn't paste in right? Okay. Start a new line there, and then there, and then there. Make all 7, and the last one doesn't make the 8th because it's not needed, but the 7 continue. Looks correct, looks good. Yeah, that last line of poles. I'll fill the whole thing in with poles in the future, but you know, like between sessions, I may do that cosmetic work of flooring poles and what have you. Oh, okay. Let's get this all plugged in then. Missing that pole there and a constant combinator there. Other way around. Green into there, red. Ooh. Need to join all of them. Up to that pole, down to that combinator, and cross to here. All good. I think balancing the different things is probably a much better idea, because this station is now going to have a lot more deliveries than the others. I should, yeah, expect. Interesting. Yeah, We'll see what benefit we get, like how far left we can start, but don't think it'll be worth it compared to the other impact. No big deal. Yeah, so copper, 16,000. Iron, 16,000. Steel, 16,000, which we definitely do not have. Stone brick, 16,000. Pretty sure. And then sulfur is 8,000. There we go. 5 things are requested. Should be balanced okay. We can check it when things are actually up and running. Let's come down and sort this station down here out. Upgrade them poles first. Everything here is just a single line initially, and then 2 of them are getting joined at the top. Yeah, I'm not sure about the stone. Whether we're going to crush it into sand. I would like to, I think. So we'll kind of do it here, I guess, would be the place to do it. We'll worry about that later. For now, we'll just get it unloaded and pushed together and whatever. Get the combinators and what have you into place. Let's do that. These are not singles either, but some of it is. We could copy that much. See how it goes. There. The next line out is just 1 away and 1 back each time, so that needs to push out a bit further. Unfortunate, no big deal. That will end up there. That will go outside of them. Ah, no, got that wrong. That one's one further back because of the gap where the pole is. So that can go there. Good. That will go there. Line them up and then it'll... Yep, there we go. Well, that'll be the last of them. Okay. I don't think there's any point in setting priorities on these at all because it's one line. It won't make any difference, so they're fine as is. That's all joining up. Need to just change the settings on the combinator. Run out of underground. I would like to finish this off, so let's get these robots back and then we'll go get more underground. There we go. It's not far away. There it is. So yeah, not being made at the moment due to that steel shortage. That is a problem that may have to take a much bigger priority somehow. Don't really know how. Yeah, no idea how, but we'll see. Maybe that we have to just stop all this in order to work on that. Okay, stone first. Then rare metals. Glass. Oh, plastic and silicon are the other way around here, so we can flip that. So they're already correct. Fine. They'll want green wire from there to there. And then we can copy paste that much. Should be good. Yep, it's the right things and they are connected up. The red is connected all the way down. good. So just need to actually plug the warehouses in with the red. There and down here in 1 second. But that's all good. Plugged in, set up, and configured. So yeah, let's get the constant combinator in down here. Extra pole. Get the red line connected and the green for that, and then configure these settings. This is a requester. We want stone will be 8,000. Rare metals will be 16,000. Glass will be 32,000. It's coming in stacks of 200. Plastic and silicon. So plastic is 16,000. Silicon is 8,000. From memory. No huge problem if it's wrong. It's fine. Good. Should be fine. And then down this end, we're going to create a combined belt out of these two. And yeah, bring everything together, I guess, to travel up and over. Which, having steel on the inside might have been better. Never mind. We're already this far out, so the bus is going to start in the next one over. This is going to be cleared. So if we move these over as well, so that's going to go be a joined belt there. That's going to go next to it, and then this there. It's okay. I think actually one further left would be worth doing, potentially. Get all this out of the way. Could be one further up. Let's go there, there and there. So they joined there, that goes there, that goes there, and the stone's going to go into some kind of pulverizing situation here with 2 lines of sand coming out the other side of that. So that's what will go up and over to join the other things, is 5 belts there, those belts that way, and then lubricant up and over in the pipes in some fashion, somehow. Fine. Good going, good plan, good start to this square to 051. Looking at where we're going to be starting up here and the number of machines needed to break down the ingots in the future, I don't think this is all going to fit. So it's maybe that original thing I said, that the nuclear stuff gets left behind. We'll start with the stuff that isn't power related. So drill, furnace, casting machine, greenhouse crusher, recycling pulverizer, assembly. If centrifuge fits, probably do that, because that's not exclusively for nuclear, it's also used for the vulcanite enrichment. Then solar and accumulator, or the nuclear stuff perhaps. Like solar and accumulator could go elsewhere, could go with the robots or whatever, wherever. I would be happy with that. So yeah, we may juggle around things we end up excluding. I would prefer to exclude the little ones, I guess, because then it won't impact our total required ingredients that much. Don't want to be running an extra line of sulfur if we actually don't end up needing it. Be annoying. Or cutting out half of our copper requirement but still keeping all 28 machines breaking down the ingots. That would be wasteful. Not as condensed as it could be. Annoying, you know. Not the end of the world, obviously, but still. We are 4 hours 40 minutes in, so about time I was wrapping up. I've pushed my brain through enough for one session, I am sure. Starting to feel a little tired from it, so we will wrap up here, but very happy with how far we've got today. Finishing off N51, getting all of that built in, all of those production chains in, pretty neat, pretty good. annoying that the steel has run out in the middle of all this, and that's a unfortunate distraction, but we'll see whether we need to deal with that sooner or later. And then that double N52, N51 looking really nice. Looking forward to having everything, you know, with the surfacing in like that and looking factory-like. A good start on 051 as well, obviously getting that train stations and the unloading prepared and ready. So next session, like I say, between sessions I'll do the cosmetic stuff here and get it prepared to build in, and next session will be about just putting those building production chains into this space, as many as we can, and seeing what doesn't fit. And then when that's done, start reworking M51 and M52, see which bits we need to strip out. I might, between session, also delete the chains that are here but store the goods somewhere so we still have them to build with for the time being, but then make the squares ready for us to start doing the new production chains in when we work out what's going in each of those squares as well. But yeah, good chunk of the way through our refit of the mall, which is then leading to a refit of all the other squares here as well. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, great. Let's drop a save and wrap things up on the stream side as well. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining today. Really nice to have you here, keeping me company. If you're lurking away, or obviously the chatting earlier and the subscription from Death Pro, thank you very much for that. And all the other support, obviously, that comes through if you're catching this on YouTube later or whatever. Really do appreciate it. Sure, I don't say it enough. I will be back with more Factorio on Saturday, 4 PM GMT. We'll continue with the things we've just discussed, and next stream will be tomorrow again, 4 PM GMT. Tomorrow we will be playing RimWorld again, continuing our kind of casual-ish colony. We got some stressful events in the last session, so it's not completely easy, but it's on easy mode, so it just enjoys pushing you, I guess. Good fun time, good sandbox type game as well, so I'm enjoying playing that. Do join us for RimWorld if you can, or you know, catch the videos if you can't. That's the plan for immediate streaming. What should we do for the rest of the night? Who can we raid into now? Anybody on? I can always go see Vi Leader, obviously. Playing more Warzone. Shadow and Friends doing Don't Starve Together. That's an interesting one. Estrus playing Against the Storm, also interesting. I reckon I will go Walk Shadow out of interest for Don't Starve Together with a big group. Never really got into the game, but I'm interested. You know, what I missed, why I didn't get into it, so I'll watch a little bit of that. And we'll see how that goes. Double check it's all good. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, looking fine. So that we will do. Thank you again, everyone. Really do appreciate it. And whatever you're up to for the rest of the evening, do have a good one. And hope to see you again soon.